Super Bowl champ says test.
I think I got her. Ooh, got audio. Got TTS. Holy shit, Cleveland! I think I'm on a roll. We're working through the clip speaker and the wireless mic. Woo! Doing big things nowadays. People might think I'm professional. But is that done? That's the next question. Are you charged? You are charged. Mint! We're definitely going to need this today.
You should bring your small black table in and put it right there, and then you could have your charging station there.
Yeah, I need to get the basement cleaned and start bringing stuff down there. I got a power strip for down there and everything. Doodle-doo-doo. Bing.
Sorry, could you hang it? Oh, no. I got it.
We need the remote.
I got it.
Here. Holy crap, you caught it. I'm impressed, Cleveland. You bring the spare key out of the car?
Carp Slayer 73 says red to red, black to black.
Yeah, man. Been well, we had a whole bunch of stuff going on today. And then I'm testing out some new equipment. Of course, I had to go look at the Black Friday deals. So what I'm going to do is we're going to pull this out. I have yet to open this pop-up portable fish house. So I've got the portable mic going or the wireless mic, and I've got the new flip speaker. So we're testing a few things out, and
Fish House Nate says, what up? Just got my muzzleloader loader ready for tomorrow.
Nice. I'm going to pull out this portable fish house here. And I've actually never set this up. I bought it from my buddy Fatty last summer. And just had him leave it in a storage garage because my garage was full of shit. So what I want to do today is get it set up here real quick. See what kind of space. I mean, it's going to haul the basics. You know, it'll haul the propane heater. It'll haul the, you know, it'll be able to haul the streaming gear, things like that. Got to move the wife's car, though. we're just gonna set it up in the driveway. It's kind of nice I don't have to yell all the way across my yard anymore. All right. So, I've never set a Frabill up before. So, my buddy Fatty bought this last year. Used it twice. Never used it again. So, I'm he bought it on clearance. But I'm like, huh,
Side door on it.
is it? Well,
Yep, look like a side door. Them are nice.
it is a side door. I've just never. It's got dual side doors in it. Suppose the smart thing would have been to watch a video on it, but where's the fun in that? Ah, okay.
Walleye Akichi Ta says, hope everyone had a great Turkey Day.
Oh yeah, we did. How's the game? How was watching that game live?
Fish House Nate says, easier if you are inside of it.
Yeah, the problem is it lays down. You can't get inside of it right away. But
Walleye Akichi Ta says was fun.
well, I've actually never owned or set one of these up before, so well, just like that. That pole comes off. Oh, well, that would explain why. Ooh-wee, this thing stinks too. So he definitely put it away wet. Would not expect anything less from a boy. But the thing that concerns me is, there we go. Never mind, I got it. There. That looks proper. That looks proper. This thing's awfully tipsy. And then there's two poles here, which I'm assuming hold the front up.
Fish House Nate says be smarter than the Fish House law.
One of the push-in clips for it to catch on was actually still depressed. So provided I'm doing this right, I'm just guessing. But I like to guess first. Gives you a sense of feeling like you don't always. So this thing's got two setup poles in it, and I'm just kind of assuming it sets up like the old suitcase fish houses. So that sits out like that. Has a metal frame around it. Then what do? Just kind of tighten this thing out, I'm assuming. Tighten that one up. That one's tightened up. Tighten that one up. Tighten that one up. That's tight. Right? This one go up more.
Boss Lady says hello everyone.
Oh, boss lady. That one.
Daddy Shark says hey boss lady. Hello everyone.
So, this skirt sits around it like so. It does have tie out lines on it. I feel like it should sit up taller, but it doesn't. It's kind of really low profile.
SMC 9974 says what kinda house?
It's a Freybill. And then this one is missing the... This one was supposed to go up in between these two, I'm guessing.
I thought so, it looks like mine.
I'm still figuring this one out. Well, that opened it up a lot. But then this all sits like this. I feel like something is not right. Something's definitely not right, because that should be tight there and there. But you're definitely not getting one of these in there. And this one's missing an end completely. I definitely don't like the bent seat in it. So I have a feeling we're going to be removing that. Huh. It just feels like
Uncomfortable.
Well, yeah, but it's also like it sits, see how it settles back like that? I don't think it's supposed to do that.
Wifey says it looks janky.
Well, it's because I don't have it set up right, and I know that. I think it's supposed to sit like this. The question is what do you do to make it sit like that?
Big Daddy yells B by Beluga69 just followed the channel.
Let me figure it out. See,
SMC 9974 says, do you have the bottom poles extended out all the way?
Yes. I have all the poles extended out all the way.
B by Beluga69 says, cool tent Ron.
Thank you. I'm just trying to figure out how to set it up.
SMC 9974 says, do you have the back up and down one in?
Back up and down one. Oh, that's what this is. Okay. I see what kind of grease we're cooking with now. That's why there's no clip on that one. That's the one I was trying to find the answer to. But why does that not stretch out the way it's supposed to? Something's not right here. Something's not right here. Oh, I bet you this all pulls off the back. That's why.
SRT38 says what you raising money for?
Be able to keep streaming. All right.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like for a charity or something. SMC 9974 says I think you're still missing the roof pole.
Well, I've got 2 roof poles in, but I got 3 poles with this thing.
The 2020-21 ice fishing season is just around the corner. Well, here it is right here. Fortunately, Fravel's come out with 4 new flip-over-style fish houses that are going to make this season better than ever. Hey, the Ice Hunter 115 is ideal for the solo angler who wants a lightweight, easy-to-handle shelter with a front zip door. It features
Walleye Akichi Ta says YouTube University probably has a setup video.
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
Hey, if you're looking for max space in a flip-over style shelter, check out the massive new Fravel Ice Hunter. Alright, so I just want to talk about I've had it fine. So the fishing area of this hut is about 4 by 4, and also a nice thing about the side step is the front wall is a vertical, straight up and down front wall. It doesn't have an angle to it, so when you want to set the hook, you got more space up front. As for myself, if I have my camera gear at the front, like I have a tripod or whatever, it's staying right at the front. It could be leaning right against the wall, and the wall will be leaning against the camera instead. So that part is nice. It's a very big, nice one-man hut, or it could be a 2-man hut. I like to use it as a one-man hut, or 2-man. It'll be kind of tight. So this hut does have 2 built-in rod holders, one on each side, which is cool. Comes with 5 spreader bars, 2 on the top, 2 at the front, and 1 at the back. In the wind, this is fairly sturdy. I've had it fine 60 km/h winds, and it held up fine, held up very, very nicely.
It seems like there's some spreader poles that are missing.
So the pros would be it's fully insulated, has 2 side step doors, which is very, very nice and very good. It has these large windows, which are removable. The windows are removable, so if they crack, I guess that's caught right there. They prone to cracking. I don't know why, but I don't know why they don't fix it. Every year, my friends had Fragos. I had another Frago. They all crack. I don't know why. One to my left, one to my right, one to my front, one to the back. So it brings in a lot of light. The sled, it is probably about like 6, 7
Wifey says not only
inches
my
tall, so
friends
it's
that
not
sell
very,
us something that's not
very deep
100%.
sled to hold all your gear. The stock seats, the stock boat seats that come with this Frago hut, they're fairly heavy.
Well, this isn't even the same hut, but this one shows.
Hey, one of ice fishing's greatest advancements is the flip over
Barracan
winch
says
house.
what's going
Not
on
only
here.
easy to move, setup takes just a couple minutes.
I'm learning
The
some
issue
stuff
with
here.
traditional flip over houses is access. You either have to lift the lid and lose all your heat, or enter the house through a rear or front door and have to step over
To
the
Reaper's
sonar
Realms
cam,
RP
drive
says
the
ouch,
post,
get that
and
off my
fast your
foot.
heater. That's why so many anglers have burns on their ice suits. There's a better option, Frago Sidestep. With patented Sidestep, twin doors are positioned on each side of the shelter. This door position allows you to enter or exit the house without stepping over your holes or gear. That makes Sidestep shelters more convenient and safer than other designs, so you can focus on fishing. And with doors on both sides of the house, your fishing partner can enter or leave without stepping on your toes. Frago shelters have a vertical front wall, giving you more headroom inside, and setup and takedown are simple, even if you're by yourself. For more information on Frago shelters, visit frago.com or stop by your local
No.
Frago dealer.
Barracan says Reaper's Real MSRP, what's going on? Haven't seen you in a while.
So we picked up a new ice hut. It's the Fravel Citadel, and it's one with the bench seats. We like the bench seats over the boat style seats. It's just a little more comfortable for when we're doing our overnight trips and stuff like that. But we picked up a new ice hut because that's something we do a lot of. We ice fish, and that's where we get a lot of our fish meat for the winter. Plus, it's something fun to do in the winter time. We just don't like going ice fishing, but we're gonna set up the Fravel hut.
Plug in the old power box. Give her a whirly bird.
Here we are, getting there on the Citadel build.
To Reaper's Realms RP says yaw sorry at Barracan been busy.
Okay, so here it is so far. We've got the frame of the seat built in. And as you can see, there's the rod holders, the backing. This is the bench seat. We like to use the bench seats when we're out ice fishing. It's just better for overnight trips in our opinion. And then the boat seats.
We gotta put this on before we put these in.
So we missed a step. Okay. Alright guys, so we got the bench seats installed, and this is the cool thing about the Citadel. Their bench seat comes with a rod case installed, which is really awesome because when you're taking your sled out and you're dragging your hut, you don't want your rods banging around and getting broken. So check this out. It sits right in. Oh wow, eh? Luxury. Nice foam padding. You can fit probably about 4 rods in there, I think. Yeah, probably comfortably 6. Yeah, about 6. Yeah, probably about 6. Just makes it a little safer. And again, we like the bench seats because it's better when you're going for an overnight trip. Just find this a little more comfortable than the boat seats. That's just our preference.
I'm glad you guys like the bench seats because I'll be taking mine out. That spoiled messing around with them otters last year, checking them out inside the runnings. You don't put any extra poles or nothing. You just slide them up. You step inside them, just push them up, push each one out. So there's two there, and the back bar. So it's missing 2 spreader bars.
Barracan says hope everyone had a good turkey day.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we're done. The Citadel is now set up. It was easy setup, as long as you just follow the instructions. But there was some missing parts, but that's okay. We made do. So let's go on in and take a look.
Yeah, so I'm missing 2 spreader
So
bars.
inside, as you can see, there's lots of room. I can stand up in it.
So there's supposed to be a total of 4 spreader bars.
It's really wide. You can see we got the bench seats there. The rod holders installed. And actually the bench seat itself is a rod case, so it holds about 6 rods, I'd say. It says about 8, but I'm going to say about 6 rods safely. And then down here, when you fold the seat down, get all that storage space in the windows. So all in all, it looks really good. The one thing I'm excited about, which we didn't have in our M2 Cruiser, was this skirt here. And if you ice fish as much as us, you know about the draft that comes in underneath your hut. Even when you put snow on it, it still comes in, you know, after time it gets cold. So I really appreciate that Frabo put a weather skirt here. And that's a nice addition. Yeah. Angled windows, side doors, which is really cool. Nice wide hut. It's really big. I really appreciate this, sir. Kyle, come on in. As you can see, flip it up.
Yeah, there's 2 bars missing. Guess who gets to go dig through a storage locker? There's two spreader bars missing. That's why it's rocking back and forth. Well, at least I can bring you guys in and show you anyways. Kind of give me an idea. This is what I originally wanted when I first started out streaming and ice fishing, but I couldn't really afford one. I was actually looking at these Frabills because they were the cheapest option out there. Probably should have went through the other side. So, anyways, there's supposed to be another set of bars that go in here and here, which would keep it from swaying. And then I like the room in it. I wouldn't really want to run the tripod in here. I'd have to figure something else out. Maybe wear a chest mount and just keep you guys on a chest mount. That tripod takes up a lot of room, and when you got a little bit of space like this, I don't even have it spread all the way out yet, and it's taking up enough space to have a whole nother person fishing here. And I don't even have any gear in here. And the reason I wanted a bigger one is to put gear in here. So this is supposed to line up here. If I had the other spreader bar in here, this would be something like that. So it's missing two spreader bars. This one goes back here. And that, I think I would run a bolt up and peg it. Yeah, so it's missing two spreader bars. And even if I gotta make some, if he can't find them, I mean, I'll probably make some because I'm trying to get him to go look for them. Took me a month to get him to bring this here, and it's because he's busy. It's not just because he's got a lot of shit going on. I can't go out anyways because the van's not done, but I mean, overall, I mean, it feels kind of like it's nice because if you got to crack your back, you can just lean over on the bench, but it's really not fat guy friendly. Who now? Hold on. What's up, brother? How's your Thanksgiving? Sorry, had some personal information going out there. Have you ever seen the fatty?
Big Daddy yells boss lady trucker Chad's wife just cheered 81 bits.
Thank you, boss lady.
Messaging system. 3202125.
Now that's what you do to your best friends.
4 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Oh my God, you're fat. Answer your phone. Hey. What kind of janky shit you selling me? It's missing 2 poles. It's supposed to have 4 spreader poles and it's got 2. Well, I'm sitting in it because I was going to use it. Well, you can't have, because right now without all the spreader poles in it, it flops forward or backwards. No, there's supposed to be 4. Yep, there's spreader poles between each section. Yes. Right, those are all there. The frame poles are there, but there's supposed to be 4 spreader poles, and then there's the one stand-up pole in the back. You got the ones that go across the top of the ceiling between each section tubing. Yeah. Well, yeah. What kind of janky shit you selling me? Well, I don't know. Right now, I'm more worried about the wind blowing it back over my head. Yeah. I'm going to Judy chop you. Okay. All right. I'll see you when you get here. Bye.
Ruger wife yells afternoon all.
Ruger wife, what's happening? I got my flip speaker working. I got my wireless mic working. Are you proud of me? It's all working. Setting up the old Portable.
Just stuffed myself to the gills.
Yeah, we did too. Unfortunately, it was not good food.
Awesome sauce, moving up in the world.
So basically, what I've got going on is I have to I'm gonna have to make something here. I mean, I could probably tie these out some. I could probably tie these out, but what in the world? What are these? Are these vents? These are vents. Maybe. They're supposed
To
to be
Reaper's
vents.
Realms RP says just use a 2B4.
Well, and I may have to. Well, I wouldn't need to go that heavy, but I've got some wooden dowel that I can notch out. I don't think he realized it was supposed to have them, and that's why he got it so cheap.
Hope you like.
Uh,
Guided Fishin' asks Happy Thanksgiving, Ron. Who sold you a lemon?
my buddy Fatty, but I think he got sold 11 first because I was telling him about it needed 4. He's like, no, it only had 2. And I'm like, hey, dummy, you know why this thing rocks back and forth the way it does? Is because it's missing the other 2. So he's going to stop by here. It's not a big deal. I just have to make 2 spreader poles for it. But this is definitely what I want. Is I want for me running and gunning, I want a hub setup like this, or not a hub, but a flip over. I don't mind the hubs though either. My only thing is I want it's wind. And my Eskimo fish house, when the pole bent around backwards on it, that kind of freaked me out.
Ruger wife says sun's out on the ice. Got a nice one on the ice with his spear just a bit ago.
Nice.
Jonathizzle3 says what are you in? Rotax asks you have 1 rear pole and 1 upper pole?
I have the 2 spreader poles here, and then there's supposed to be 2 more for in here, for this section. Because these are the long poles, and there's supposed to be 2 more in here that hold this apart, and it stretches this canvas tight. And that's what stabilizes it.
Two on one section. Why?
Because it runs the ridge lines. It holds the ridge lines out. You can't take one of these and put it in here. It's not, these are too long. The front ones are too long.
My otter uses 1 pole between each section. That's it.
Well, I think these things in their inceptions were not all that expensive.
To Reaper's Realms RP says just tie Fatty to it, it will stay open, problem solved. Rotax says you're using them all up on 1 section.
Yeah, but even if I took one of these out and put one in the center, the second one won't fit in the center between these 2.
I don't have the instructions, so I don't know.
I don't have the instructions either. But from what I just watched on the YouTube video, it has 4 spreader poles and 1 back post. That's what it's seen on the YouTube video. And I can try. So if we slide this one over yonder, center. I'm going to take this one out.
All I know is how my otter is.
Yeah, see, this thing comes halfway up the fish house. It's literally like 16 inches too long. Let me show you here.
I just put the poles down the center on in each section.
Yeah, see this right here? That's where it has to get to, and there's no stretching that far. But the rigidity's there for this thing to sit in like so once that's pushed out.
Yeah, it's different.
Well, I like the new otter ones. There is no center poles. You just flip them over, run the poles up. I'd have to spread it apart, measure it, and then even if
The
I just
Reaper's
have...
Realms RP says, so we camping in a tent now, Ron.
No, I still have the Redneck Ice Castle. But this is so I can go out, run and gun during the day. But I did say, if we made the goal in the next few days, that I would, I'd go camp out on the ice with this.
Guided Fishin' asks, did you get in the towing company you were aiming for, Ron?
I haven't heard yet. Towing companies get really worried about bringing on winter help because it's an extremely mild. If it turns out to be a mild winter and they got no business, it's like you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. I understand it because I've run 2 different tow companies in this area. There's years where we just get hammered and you can't get enough help, and then there's other years where you got so much help sitting around you don't know what the hell to do. And you know, usually we'll see. I'm trying to avoid that. If I can raise the money, I'd rather just be out on the ice. All you can do is try. Right now, I'm just waiting for the van to get done. Somebody getting it? I don't understand how people think these are comfortable. I'd rather a sled with no chairs, and I'll bring my own. But what I do need is a tape measure. I want to measure something out. I am going to fix that leaning over for a minute, real quick. take a little weight, hang it off the front over here.
To Reaper's Realms RP says at Barracan, quit hiding XD.
All right. Now I need a tape measure. I know I got one of them measuring devices out here. I just got to figure out where the heck I put it. I bet you it's in the van. And the van is at the shop. Why do I do that? Uncle Fester had a farm, Mother Flower. I gotta have some other kind of measuring device out here. Something. One of these days.
Hey Ron, just updated your logo for a sticker.
Right on. I appreciate it. Right now, I'd appreciate if I could find a damn tape measure. But you know what I did got? Got me one of these here measuring devices. We can run one of these here. It won't be spot on accurate, but it'll be close. So if we run this back here, you get out there. I don't like the fact that this thing does not have a back flap. I don't like that. So 31.
Or the fake one you gave your wife.
There. $31, 13, 44, 36, 80 inches. All right, 80 inches. What is 7 times 12? That's what? 84? 84 inches. It would be tight, but it's doable. My cot's 7 feet long. See, that's the thing. These, I bet you, about 34.
Hey Ron, they make custom the tape measure for woman.
Oh yeah. See, and now that one fell. This is why that spreader bar is absolutely this one right here. So let's make something temporary for it at the moment. It's not very heavy wall PVC, but it should do the trick. All right. I need, oh, this is still hooked up. That's minty. Minty, minty.
Rotax says a roll cage tubing notcher would work great right now.
You ain't lying about that, brother. All right. So,
Are you good with a hole saw?
yeah. I'm not getting that fancy with it yet. We're just prototyping. Because that's going to stop right there. So, oh, I forgot a marker. I need a marker. Prototype. See if she stands. Well, that will definitely stand. Probably stand a little better if I put the notches in the same way. But that works. I could do 2 of those. So basically, what I did here is I screwed up. I notched that one there. I didn't notch on the same size, getting a little rammy. So
Frigels HD says hello everyone, I spent what I could on ammo today. What are we raising money for?
So I can keep streaming full time. That's the hope, anyways. What's up, neighbor?
So you went with a baby.
Oh, I got it for cheap. I don't need a big one. I got a big one. This is just so I run a gun through. Oh, yeah. It's just so I don't want to run a gun throughout the day or whatever. Or like now where it's early ice.
Yeah. There's probably about 10 to a dozen out on Foot Lake. Pop-ups.
Yeah, it's going to get warm the next couple of days. What's shaking another one? You work today?
Yep.
See, there's no rest for you guys, huh?
No rest for me. There's only 3 out of 5 that showed up today.
Well, my buddy, they basically said they told him he had 1 of 2 options. He could keep working in the shop or be laid off, and he chose the layoff option. He likes to be outside too much. Can't coop him up. Like he says, if I wanted to be indoors, I'd work in a factory. So,
Yeah, we'll get his stuff moved so they come in tomorrow and get this gazebo.
who's getting it?
Somebody over by New London.
How much you guys end up selling it for?
2,500.
Pretty good. Yeah, there's 2 spreader poles missing for this, but for $400. Yeah, the back ones. Fatty bought it last year, not realizing that it was supposed to have 4 spreader poles, and he got a pretty good deal on it. He used it twice and put it in storage, and that's where it's sat ever since. So I'm going to take the bench seat out of it because I don't like the bench seat. I can just run my regular chair in there and
With that big one I got, I normally have my Vexler down one hole down the other, then behind me a piss hole and another pole.
it wouldn't be so bad, but I wouldn't want to drag that fucker out on early ice. That thing's got to be heavy. They started remaking those again.
Yep.
Seeing they were out this year. You actually get out and do some fishing this year? Hell, we brought the kid, got a new pop-up. He got one of them big otter lodges. Because he let him use the double hub last year. But he wants that for when him and his buddies go out. And then he's got the lodge for when it's just him or him and his girlfriend. He likes some pop-ups. He wanted to get something like this year, but then he can't fit it in his car.
Yeah, I'll probably get rid of that thing.
But
Get a small one. But most of the time, it's just me.
yeah, this thing's stupid light. I do like that part of it. It is stupid uber light. It'll be even lighter because most of the weight's coming from the bench seat. And once I take the bench seat out, all the stuff for the bench seat, solid steel. Where everything else is just the cheap tin poles.
Yeah, it's not taking the lightweight poles.
Blew a brake line out on the van the other day, so I get that up at the shop getting fixed. So I don't fit underneath there. That's next project when it comes back, because I'm pulling it in the garage, pulling the running boards off of it, so I can actually get underneath it and work.
Once we get that going and pulled, and it's gonna pay for the repairs on that.
You put a new torque converter in it.
If I get my work truck, my old work truck, that thing might go bye-bye.
I want first dibs on that. I want to we'll figure something. I want that.
Because when I went and rescued all that, I didn't use no sway bar, no nothing, just a straight hitch. And I pulled that camper 65. I had to slow down a couple of times because I thought I was losing there, and
Well, didn't you get a new work truck? So what are they doing with the old one then?
Christmas sale.
What do they want for it?
I don't know. They won't give me a price. Because I told them straight out, the most I'll go is 2,000 because I know what has to be done to it. The water pump's gonna have to come back off because he just used RTV blue for my gasket. Instead of putting a regular gasket on there, using RTV blue, so it leaks when I'm at. One rear leaf spring has like half of them broke, missing. It's been rebuilt twice so far. Granted, it's a stick shift, but
You like them better, anyways. I like stick shifts better for pulling.
and the four-wheel drive don't work right.
Probably just an actuator.
I think that's what it is. It wears out one tire faster than it does any of the others.
Well, that could be because of busted suspension in it too.
It's a front tire.
Doesn't matter if it's sitting like this, cockeyed, and that one tire. Picture it like this: if this corner of your truck was squatting like this, what tire comes up? So what's going to happen to the one tire where all the pressure's on? It's going to wear out faster.
I said, with me knowing what all's wrong with it and stuff, I go, the most I'll have to go is 2,000. I'll probably stick at least another 1,000 into it.
My problem is it's the seller's market for those trucks, even if they got issues. They think just out of loyal to you, and then you just put it out to them. Well, hey, at least I got a backup truck around here if I need it.
So somebody went through 2 weeks ago. All of our gas trucks are sitting outside. All the cats gone.
I don't know why. They're not worth anything right now. They're not worth a fucking...
We have a feeling we know who it is. We're putting up some other hidden cameras.
Yeah. They just busted a whole bunch of guys down all over the country, even right down in Sleepy Eye. Stealing cats. Whole big organization.
To Reaper's Realms RP says, how you doing, fatty?
That's not Fatty. It's my neighbor. So, yeah, it's... I don't know. It's... They're going to tighten up, definitely, being able to turn them in.
And we get people and let them open and take out the inside. That's where the money is.
Yeah, but even then, you'll have to have some way to prove where you got it from. Stuff for Cali converters is cut in a certain way. It's just like those guys who were breaking into offices years ago down in the cities and stealing computers because they found out there was real gold in them, and by the time they were melting all the gold down in it, you didn't have shit.
Yeah, I'm taking a break.
Oh, you're setting up Christmas stuff?
XTH3XMODSZX says, was Ron on HWY694? My buddy just seen his van lol.
No, I wasn't. No, my van's in the shop. Blew a brake line out of it. Sorry. talking to my neighbor. My van's at the shop. You'll know it's my van because mine's got an air conditioner hanging out of the back door, and the back windows, the back side windows are covered full of fishing stickers. So that's what you always tell them to look for. Look for the air conditioner hanging out of the back door, and an extension cord looped around the bottom, yellow extension cord. That's how you always know it's me.
Rotax says Ron's van is a common conversion. I've seen them before. Same GT conversion.
Yeah, I've seen a lot more of them, and when I did the research on them, it wasn't really common here in Minnesota. They were just imported. There was a bunch of people who brought them here. Like back then, the vans were going. Minnesota has this on and off van craze thing, I call it. So you'll get years where vans are really stupid hot, can't touch them, market's untouchable on them. And then it gets to the point to where you're pretty much giving them away or turning them in for scrap metal. Never figure that out. Like you take the big
XTH3XMODSZX says, oh, I see. My buddy seen an identical one to yours on HWY 694 lol.
Yeah, and there's my color is very, very common. The graphic design is actually a Ford factory graphic. It's not a GT graphic as far as the one going down the side, because I've seen them on other vans that aren't GT conversions. It's basically
Soggy says keep an eye out for a truck. Trailblazer is messed up. Oil cooler line blew and dumped all the oil.
Ouch.
IAM Squidly says howdy partner.
I got one on the Discord, Soggy, that I just got done, a Suburban. K-body Suburban. It's high miles, but it's got a new fuel pump, new tune-up. Got a whole bunch of shit done to it. Got it on there pretty cheap. Just high miles, leather seats, everything works. Got a video of it getting it fired up. What it was, we sent it into a shop to...
Soggy says need something for ice fishing.
Yeah, it's 4-wheel drive.
IAM Squidly asks what are we raising monies for?
Soggy says
Keep
not a
streaming.
daily driver.
Rotax says those suicide oil lines LMAOGM.
Yeah. And the way that they ran them on those things... Are those the ones that come all the way from one side and go all the way to the other? Like literally go from one side of the cooler all the way across, and then it has the other one that comes back, and it's got a huge giant loop system. I can't remember. It was
Soggy
that one or the
says
Bravadas?
yes.
What do we got?
Rotax says run synthetic oil. You might save the motor once you notice the pressure is gone.
Soggy says good thing it was in my driveway and I noticed it before it got too bad.
Yeah, don't just replace one of those. Replace them all. Word of advice. The biggest thing is making sure you don't fuck up the O-rings when you're putting them in, because the back line, I think, is the one you got to be a contortionist for. Hate working on those. Same with the power steering lines and those things. I hate them too. Oh, I was going to grab a marker when you were walking up. Figure out where the hell I put them. Now I gotta have a marker. I made a...
Rotax says lines from the dealer prob cheaper than the crappy Dorman aftermarket hoses.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I had to... Last one I did, I got them from the dealer. Actually. That's a true statement right there. Oh. Guess a carpenter's pencil will have to do.
Soggy says fuck, it's not worth it to me. Too much shit to fix now. Figure I could find a good little Ranger or S10.
Yeah, you know what a good little Ranger is going to cost you? That doesn't, and they're all going to need work. The thing is you know,
IAM Squidly says no, don't get a freaking Ranger.
oh, I love my Rangers.
Rotax says I've found transmission cooler lines cheaper from the dealer and fit better. Oil hoses, same thing. Just spend the $120 on oil lines.
Yeah.
Barracan says just go buy a Prius.
You're not going to get a good 4-wheel drive cheap. Any 4-wheel drive that's out there is going to need work, and the cheaper you buy it, the more work it's going to need.
You just don't want to do the messy job, Soggy.
Yeah, well, I'll put it to you this way. My last Ranger I just sold for $3,200, and she was pretty crusty rotten.
Soggy says LMAO at Barracan needs something for the snow and racing across the lake.
I just sold my last Ranger for $3,200. I can get more money for a Ford Ranger right now than I can get for that full-size Suburban. And it's not even a fuel economy thing. Rangers are just like the S10 pickups. If you got an S10 pickup that's in decent shape, they're sellers.
I don't have the spot to do the messy job.
Yeah, replace that one in ours. There we go.
Rotax says do it in the neighbor's driveway.
Soggy says LMAO.
Oh, there. It looks like a factory cut. Little worm and burning to her. These two right here. Once those are in, she'll stay solid. I'll be around. I don't know if they're going to have my van done by this weekend, so I'll probably be around.
I mean, I guess I could do it in the driveway, I guess.
Yeah. Well, if their lease is up, they never re-signed one. He was telling me.
Rotax says just be glad the motor didn't get ruined.
So, but I don't know. What is she telling you guys after your lease?
Nothing yet. That's February 24.
Soggy says yeah, motor's good.
Rotax says I blew an oil filter once on cold start at minus 35. I looked back after walking away and saw it spewing oil.
Sounds like y'all need to sit down and have a meeting.
Supposedly there was a foreman over the other day to see if they can separate the water meter. Ain't been back since.
But no, they're busy as shit. They will.
So they'd have to run all different plumbing.
No wonder I don't
Uh-uh.
trust remote starting
Just
cars in
split
the
them.
brutal
Yeah.
cold.
In our bathroom wall, or our bathroom, then run straight on up from that to theirs.
Yeah, they just got to split it at the main. Figure out where the main comes into the house. You can split it at the main.
But they got to bypass ours then. Like we turn the water on, they get nothing for water pressure, and vice versa.
No, that's any of them. You turn anything on in our house, we don't get water pressure anywhere else in the house. The water pressure is just shit here.
They just ran straight up the wall from our bathtub to their bathtub.
Maybe.
It's gonna be interesting. That's all there is.
Yeah, I'd be curious. You know. Like I said, if she's willing to do something as far as swapping out whatever rent for doing some yard maintenance, hell, I'd do it.
Soggy says exactly what I saw when I started my truck, then followed it to the cooler line.
But I don't know. I think it'll all calm down after a while. Everybody just hot rodded up. You know, she's getting yelled at by the city, and her insurance come out and said this, that, and a third, and you know, she wasn't expecting all that. You know, and then I understand you guys have been here a long time, and
Oh, we're trying to make them happy.
you know, I think it's more so for her is because of the insurance in the city. Because as soon as she was going to buy the place, they're like, "Oh, well, we were going to send out letters," which means they probably weren't. But now that they finally got an owner they can get a hold of, it's just not normally her style. So, well, if you get your other truck, I might just have to make room to have 2 trucks parked over here.
Rotax says I just put $1,300 into a guy's Trailblazer brakes and ball joints. Oof.
So that'd be close enough. Try 2 different ways here.
It was in decent shape though for one of the aging units.
Might be a better method to do it this way. What I'm thinking. What's that?
Do it big enough where it kind of clips on the pole so it don't.
Yep. Just got to muscle her a little bit. Try this one here now. There, we round that out a little bit. Round it out a little bit. What do you guys got going on this weekend? Yeah?
I don't know.
How are they going to load it up?
Well, it's coming across the driveway and I don't know.
Well, they'd be better off jackknifing a rig right across the fucking road.
That's the way the floor joists are.
Yeah, but you got stands on that, don't you?
Yeah.
Did you tell them you weren't helping them load it?
That's what I'll be around to help if they need it. So,
Yeah. See, them kind of situations, I just say, gotta load yourself.
I think they're going to try to come back in with a rollback.
Yeah, then they're definitely gonna want to go from
Soggy
the
says
road.
my in good condition, but 4x4 is going ooh it and now the oil.
Yeah, I don't know if you come up with something. Your truck is definitely something I'd like to keep around. Oh, that's that back pole. But I mean, she's not perfect, but god dang it, she holds.
Looking out here, it's pretty snug.
Yeah. Well, she twists a little bit, but it's all right. I mean, I just need to hold it straight. It's not a load-bearing pole. So this one goes like so. Yeah. Just put one more in. So I got two of them there. This one goes over here. Put that like so.
It's not quite put in the whole slots.
No, I think I got to make it a little longer. Because right now, if I...
I don't know if it's...
Right, but in order to make it so it slides in the slots... Oh, I suppose I could round this one out a little more. Round that out just a hair more. All right, neighbor. She's a good tight fit. I just didn't quite thought that hole saw would cut this notch a little better. It cut it good, just not quite big enough.
Rotax says the actuator on the front diff on pass side likes to fail. Chevy didn't allow for servicing or greasing of the bearings over there. To Reaper's Realms RP says PVC pipe.
Yeah.
Rotax says looks like the actuator should have a 75,000 greasing interval at least.
Yeah, that's a lot of even
Mile.
the Ford. They put that actuator for the four-wheel drive in the front differentials. They put them right on the front of the differential, so every bit of road slop hits the damn thing.
But you gotta tear it apart to lubricate it.
That was one of Ford's major F-ups. They put that actuator right on the front of the differential. So all the road slop and all the shit that you'd pick up coming off other cars, or even just going down the road, all just sit right on it.
I've had people bust the actuator off on them Fords.
Yep. I never broke one off, but I had one go out, and I tell you what, it went out at the most inopportune time. It was horse shit. Pissed me off. Well, I think that's the trick, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, she's not minty. It's not perfect, but hell, for a guy just eyeballing it with a yardstick, it's pretty good. There.
I miss lockout hubs and lever transfer case.
I did, Rotax up until that 2003, I'm not going to lie to you, up until that 2003, I was the same way. You could not give me a four-wheel drive truck unless it had lockouts and a lever. Couldn't do it. I would not Nope, wouldn't even look at them. And when I got the deal on that 03, the first time I used that shift on the fly 4-wheel drive on my route, fuck, that was nice. Not having to get out there and fight ice or slush or snow out of the hub and grabbing a pair of pliers to work it back and forth, or having to take a propane torch and heat it up a little bit so it'd move. Yeah. Like now it wouldn't bother me because I'm not, I'm not driving any real distance, but yeah. You couldn't, all honesty, if I was buying another 4-wheel drive for my route, you couldn't give me a lockout setup like that anymore.
Oh, I left my hubs locked once the roads got slick.
Yeah, see, and on my route that wouldn't work because a lot of the older 4-wheel drives, you were never supposed to take it over 55 miles an hour. I'm anywhere from 60 to 75 miles an hour on that route. And I don't know, maybe you could. I was just always told you never go over 55 miles an hour with them. That I guess I don't know, and it's just something it was ingrained in my head as a kid. I just kept it. I gotta use the bathroom, everybody, and then I'm gonna cut that second pole, and I'll be right back. How do you like my new setup, eh? Flip speaker. I got a pink one so I can find it. Or clip speaker and my wireless microphone. Make fun of me again for wearing overalls, motherfuckers. Now you can just be jealous.
Big Daddy yells Boss Lady Trucker Chad's wife just cheered 65 bits.
Oh, you're gonna give a shit. You're gonna give a shit. I'll be right back. You guys want an ASMR or do you want to watch some clips? Tell me now. First one to speak wins. ASMR or clips?
To Reaper's Realms RP says Ron a farmer man.
Damn, nobody's saying nothing? Well, clips it is then.
So where the barn at Ron?
BTY, somebody clip this, please. Oh, you can wad up.
Oh my god!
Alright. I didn't do anything. I just literally opened it.
You literally just opened it, yeah. Are you good?
You alright? Oh, that's a northern. Little snot rocket. That's the first one of these I've ever caught out of here. 8 years. Yeah.
Fish Stalker TV says nice. Stonar yells oh nice.
Little slimer, little snot rocket.
Oh yeah!
Big Daddy yells Vexerb just followed the channel. Hot Dog King yells oh my.
This is why we sit on the river. Another walleye. Another walleye. Look at him.
Gump 651 says dinner. Lord Nivex yells let's go.
Oh
Lake
yeah,
Agent
look at
says,
that.
let's go, baby.
Look at that. That's a nice one.
Rogue Heron says, beauty.
Oh yeah. Have that back, sir.
X.Buzzard X says, fatty.
Yeah, she's
Soggy
full of
Wonka
eggs.
Custom says, hold it up more. Lord Nivex says, that's lunch.
No, she's
Dash
got eggs in
Life
her.
says, URL. Cops got your dope, yells fish fry.
She's got eggs in her.
Weather Cop says,
Look at this little guy. Mr. Wall E. Gator comes to visit.
Rotax 670 says, nice.
Just says turn on the stream.
Wacka Bump says, fishy. Dougal's 1944 says he doesn't need a bow and arrow for a deer on the way home. He's got a van with headlights, drives 55 mph and has a horn.
I just got
Just
hit.
as good.
Somebody just ran into me.
Pete the Noob says,
Somebody
me too.
clip that, please.
And back straps and eggs for breakfast.
I just got rear-ended in the fucking drive-thru, and there's still. You guys see that zeroed out? Okay. Gonna hook the fish to it, little guy. And what does it say? So I will have a portable to get out on early ice to travel, that kind of stuff. Fish on, little shit. This is small. Turn the camera though. You get a little bigger than that. No meat on him, hell, stomach. Yeah, baby. That motherfucker hit like a ton of bricks. How's that one for you? Thank you. All right. Another piece of PVC. Somebody is legitimately out running their lawnmower right now. Got half of mine trading my neighbor. He's got one of them big clam double flip overs, but I don't want to deal with all that. If I upgrade in any way, shape, or form, I'm just going to get an otter flip over.
That's kinda funny because there's snow on the ground. Boss lady says not really any left here.
There's a little bit left here, not a lot. It's supposed to get warmer this weekend. So there's a bunch of people, a dozen people out on Foot Lake right now. So we'll see how it handles it. There we go. Now, let's see if this plan works a little better. I got plenty of this piping to mess around with. Originally, I was going to use it to build a Conestoga for my trailer, but then I realized it wasn't going to work for that. But I don't throw this kind of stuff away, because I always find something that'll come in handy for henceforth.
To Reaper's Realms RP says have a cold one. Big Daddy says Reaper's Real MSRP has redeemed 2,000 points for hydrate.
I don't have anything out here to hydrate with. Oh yeah, I do. I got some water. I got water. All right. Should have a chalk line over here somewhere. Or did I let my son take that? Looks like I let my son take that. I think he borrowed it when they were doing their fish house. Nope. There's the other one though. Got another one.
To Reaper's Realms RP, says Dodo Dodo.
Didn't quite work the way I planned it neither. So we'll just do it this way. I'll earball it.
I was hoping to see 10 inches of snow.
I don't want snow, I need ice.
Legion King says 10 incess of ice would be pretty cool. Reformed Candy asks what he's trying to raise $1,700 for. John says evening.
John, what's happening? I'm trying to raise it to be able to keep streaming full time. Man, this goes off too much. We'll see. Yeah. We got lanterns. Perfect. Now she's rigid. Now she's rigid. She is rigid. Now she don't flop over no more. Except when you do that because of that stupid pole. These ones you actually have to tie out. You've got tie out spots here. So, Minty. Now I can take it all down. Hands are starting to get cold though. Grab a pair of gloves here. Oh, that one put itself away. Gotta remember that. I think what I'm gonna do to fix that is I'm gonna put a small bolt, a nut and a washer through there. So that will no longer be an issue. Let me see if I can find one here. Those are screws. Need something that's threaded all the way down. All right. That's screw. I don't think any of these are going to be quite long enough. What I'm looking to do. And that one's, and those aren't threaded all the way down. Go over into the other vault and see what I got. Here. That pole that keeps falling down in the back, I think the way I'm going to solve that is I'm going to put a small bolt through, drill a small hole, run the bolt through, have a washer on it, and then just leave it run through there as a, to be able to run, to keep that pole in place. So even if it shifts a little bit like this right now, if I push forward on it at all, it falls out of place. So what I need is a bolt and a nut that are threaded all the way down. I could just run a screw in through there, but I don't know how long that'll last if it starts getting a wiggle on. And it's got to be fairly small because that pole has got to slide over the top of it. I don't know that I have anything that fits those specifications. I have longer ones, but I don't know that I have any thin gauge ones. Like I got threaded rod. It might actually work, but I don't know if I have any nuts for that. See, not like that. Do I have a nut for this? I think I might. I really don't want nylon lock nuts though. Do I have any that are non-nylon? Something tells me that I don't. There's the washers. Found a shorter bolt. See if that pole actually fit over this before I get too rammy here. Oh, I remember what these are for. These are for the side panels on the mud truck. When we were building those, took the fenders off and made it open tire in the front end. And she used to sling some mud. So let's see if this fits inside of here. Oh, it's actually even kind of a tight fit. All right, that shall work. So the next thing I need is a drill bit and Need a couple of a ratchet and a wrench. And a washer. Two washers actually, so that way it's not crushing the metal or crushing the plastic. Should be able to run the taper bit. That should do all right. I think this is going to work out just minty perfect. Size. We're going to go next size down. It's a 13. All right, so you're in the 13 millimeter on it. Right, correct? I need a 13 millimeter socket. 13 millimeter socket. Put all this together so I don't lose none of it. This 13 mil deep should do just fine. Now the main thing is going to be to get this thing centered. Once I get it centered, we'll be okay. Then once I get this in, I should be able to take it all down. Do it now. So I got the time to do it. And we'll close up the shop. I'll get the fish house plugged in. Have a good night. Sorry, I didn't realize that was that muddy over there until after I moved the car. Thought it was still kind of solid yet.
Where's the spare keys? No, that's fine as long as they get back from home.
Nice catwalk job. What did you do? That wasn't me.
I don't have my keys.
Well, that was smart. Hey, why didn't get in the car? You can just take these ones. You could have stepped over there a little bit. It wouldn't have hurt you.
I don't care. I don't want my boots hanging in my car muddy.
Don't worry. When you get home, you can park in the driveway. I'll have the fish house tore down. Here, I thought I was doing a funny.
Huh?
Here, I thought I was doing a funny by locking you in and starting the car.
Bye.
Bye. Don't forget the spare key in the car this time.
What?
Don't forget the spare key in the car this time.
Spray paint?
Don't forget the spare key in the car this time. All right. So I need this drill bit. All right. Battery. That's good for battery, right? It don't hurt shit. Just drop it, right? All right. A little more. Perfect. The hell did this one fall out of now? No, it isn't, is it? Oh, well, it's one of them. What the hell is this pole then? Well, I just found one other poles. So I guess I made 2 for nothing. No, the other one fell in here somewheres. Oh, that's why, because that one's in the back of the wheeler. All right. Now, this should by all means go in about here. That should hold it. Just like that. Just like that. I don't know why they did that though. No flap on the back. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. They ran a flap all the way around until you got the very back of it. So now you have to tie these out. And they didn't even put bottom tie outs on it. No wonder why nobody likes these things. These actually have a really bad rating as far as but it's set up.
Laid off, says chimney flap.
Well, the thing is they ran it so tight to the backside here. They ran it so tight, so basically what you have to do is you have to tie these off first before you do it. Once you get it set up, you're going to have to tie these off and then bank this thing all the way up with snow. It doesn't make any sense, because typically you want the back of the fish house into the wind. And right now, you know, the wind's just going to come right up the back of that thing. It doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't you just put the extra material on it for a flap? I mean, I could cut off a tarp. I could cut off a tarp and then baseball stitch it on there, I guess. Or do a carpet layer stitch. Make my own flap. Or I could just say the hell with it, tell them to take it back. Because I can do that too. What do you guys think? What do you guys think I should do?
OG asks, isn't the flap in the front of the sled?
No. There's the... But what I'm saying is that back flap just, it doesn't take much. It barely hangs over the edge. It literally just goes over the lip of the sled. That's it. I mean, a guy could clamp it, I guess, to keep it from flapping around. Put a bunch of little clips on it. You know, get like clothesline clips or something. Or chip clips or something. Be more inclined to wooden clothesline clips, but I mean, it'll work. Better than what I got now, which is nothing. But I can definitely tell you, I'll be definitely be in the market for a better one later on in the future. There's flaps all the way around on this thing. The flaps come, you know, the insulation flaps where you put your snow on it come all the way around to here. They come to just about the back of the sled, and then they stop. And there's nothing around the back. Nothing. I don't know. We'll probably keep it because it's better than what I got now, which is nothing. And yeah.
John says, how things going, Ron?
Good. We're doing good. This might be my main form of ice fishing this year. Who knows? But it's starting to cool off here, and I don't want to be heating the outside. So right now the furnace ain't kicked on, which because the wind hasn't been blowing real heavy. I need to yeah. It's not bad. Just take a little bit to get used to setting it up. I don't know, when I was playing with the otter ones, they're pretty slick. The new ones, they're literally just lock poles. This has got the push in button. I already had 2 of them sticking on me. But for $400, I think the other ones are well over $1,000 or close to. I don't know. I guess I didn't really look at them this year. I was more worried about my kid finding what he wanted. I don't know. We'll look once we get in the Redneck Ice Castle. You get some power run over to that. We need some power. I told the wife I'd have this cleaned up before she got home so she could park in the old drive did-away. Like to be a Alright, now let's see if I can do this without screwing it all up. I have to run the house and grab my flashlight. Yeah, I think she'll fish. I'll go with her. Now, if my assumption's right, drop these first. Bring my truck home? What the hell are you doing with that motor?
Huh?
What are you doing with that motor? Junk. Ford 360? Yeah. Station wagon motor is junk.
You're talking very soft or what?
Yeah, right here. Those ones are missing. Found one of them. Supposed to be 2 poles in there. They ride right on the edge here, so I just made some out of PVC.
Oh, he's going, he just took that one and put it in the middle.
No. Supposed to be 2 of them. I looked it up. What?
Maybe taking this out?
I don't know. It's got holes in it and shit.
What do you mean holes?
There's 2 right there. 2 fucking burn holes.
Where?
Right here. Little ones, little pinholes. The only thing I don't like is the back flap. The back flap on it doesn't go all the way down. It stops right here.
Well, do you want it then or no?
I don't have much of a choice. It's all I got this year. I got rid of everything else.
Otherwise, I got a hub house.
Yeah, but you need that.
Really, I'd rather have this stuff.
So would I.
That one's just missing a flex bar because that one got broken.
Do you have anything that is fully intact?
Yeah, lots of things are intact.
What?
I don't know. Gotta go through my stuff. Oh, you already got this one.
Yeah, that bench seat is definitely coming out.
You don't like it?
Fuck no.
Fuck, I loved it.
Why would I do that when I got them?
I don't know. Why would you wreck the fish house then?
What do you mean, wreck it?
There's nothing wrong with the bench seat. It's comfy.
No, that is comfy, and that has a side table on it.
Oh,
That is a backache waiting to happen.
I like that.
Then why did you sell it?
You wanted a fish house.
Well, if you didn't want to sell it, don't sell it. I'm not forcing you to sell it. You just said you were going to sell it. If you don't want to sell it, don't sell it, fat boy. That'd be dumb.
You
You're
wanted
gonna...
a fish house.
I have 2 of them.
2? Where's your second one?
What?
Where's your second one?
Right there.
Oh.
You got 2 redneck ice castles.
Yeah, but I'm giving that one to another guy. So he's got one to make one out of.
Oh. Sure he hasn't cleaned it out yet.
They've been slowly but surely working on it.
Really?
They're getting all the Christmas shit out of it.
How's she doing?
Good.
She got rid of his truck?
Oh yeah, long time ago.
I thought she wanted to keep it.
She said it was too hard on gas, and then she goes and buys the Jeep and gets the exact same fuel mileage. Don't ask me, I don't know. I know I won't be mowing her grass or cleaning her driveway this year.
Why?
Because I kept hearing about how broke she is, and she put $10,000 with a deck on her house, remodeled the basement, put steel roofing on the garage here, had a bunch of work done inside the garage, bought a shipping container, bought an apartment building.
She put everything on credit.
No, she got life insurance money, but when you
Spent it.
no idea, not my concern. My whole thing is don't play on the sympathy of people. If you need help, we're here to help you. But when you tell us how broke you are, and then you turn around and you build a deck, and she put the door in the back of the house, and it used to be on the side. She had another door on the side of the house. She filled that in. No, that's all brand new. That's all brand new. I have to call him back. Another guy called me.
Yeah. Huh. Looks good from the dark.
Oh yeah, it's beautifully done.
Who did that for her?
She had some contractors come in and do it.
That must be her son.
Yeah.
How does she have money if she has that building in Litchfield?
She doesn't own that.
Not anymore? I thought
She
did.
never owned it. She just managed it.
Oh. Does he still manage it?
Yeah. And she bought that one.
She's still a realtor?
She never got a real estate license. She never finished. Never went and took the test.
So why wasn't she selling anything? Why was she selling things?
Well, because she was working on another realtor.
Oh.
You can sell for other people. I never had a real estate license, and I did real estate.
Oh, as long as you're under somebody, you're
Yeah.
fine.
Buddy of
But
mine
if
owned a
you're
real
under-
estate company, and he just had me on his.
That makes sense. So what you do
Are you
now?
sure you want to get rid of this?
I'm fine with it.
Well, as long as you're fine with it. I'm going to use it. Probably sell it next year. I'll buy a different one.
Where do you want the hub stop?
No. I want a sled house.
That one comes with a sled too.
Yeah, but the thing is getting a pole for it. What kind is it?
Eskimo. On the fucking,
Is it an i6 or an i3?
I don't remember.
Is it insulated?
I think so, yeah.
Has little diamonds in it?
Like when you pop it out,
Yeah.
it's a diamond.
No. The fabric will be diamond because it's double insulated, so they sew it all together.
I think so. I'd have to pull it out and remember.
You got your fish house done?
It's gonna be done. It's gonna be done tomorrow night. Going out there tonight to clean Fred's shit out that he said he had cleaned out, and it's filled to the brim. So I'm gonna go clean that out tonight, rearrange, and then tomorrow night, welding on my 100-pound propane mount that I found, and do a little supporting underneath on my hitch part.
Go look in the back door of mine.
Other than that,
Just open the back door and look in. I want you to be jelly, bro. Gone. Yeah. Well, yeah. Guess what they won't do? Uh-huh. Jelly Bro? How? How's it any different if you're running a Mr. Buddy heater in there to 1 pounder? 1 pound, the propane tanks don't explode. You ever see one explode? What?
Is that the same couch?
Yeah.
I thought that broke.
It did. But when you got Jason as a neighbor on the lake, and you got plenty of screws and 2x4s, what? You thought you were going to steal one of my cylinders?
I'll just borrow one tonight. I'll go exchange one.
Well, there's a partial one in there. Hey, there's a 20 pounder. The Quick Trip one's got, it's almost full. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to do it because I'm not bringing it to the shop. I'm just going to go out to Mackey's and hook up to the Quonset and yeah. That's all I was going to do tonight. Get it cleaned out, ready to go. Got my underwater cameras ready to go.
How many you got? How do you get 2 of them for?
So I got this and a handheld Rayville underwater camera on trade. It's just a handheld one.
I thought you got this from Runnings as a floor model. Oh.
And then when I sold the Buick to Craig, he traded me his underwater camera, which is a little silver box. And you flip it up, you got a TV screen, and obviously you got your whatever. And then it has, if you want to hook up to your TV, it has a stupid long fucking RCA cable.
See, you are living proof that no matter how much shit you shove down an ice fishing hole, it does not deter fish.
What do you mean?
You will have a Vexlar in every hole.
No.
You'll have...
I have a Vexlar in my hole, and Bailey has her hole.
Yeah, and then when Mackie was fishing there, you had one in another hole. And then it was all 4 of us in there. We each had one in a hole.
How is that my fault?
No, I'm just saying it's not your fault. I'm just saying you're living proof that no matter how much shit you shove down an ice fishing hole, because you catch fish.
Yeah. How was middle? Is that on?
Yeah. Yeah, they just can't hear you right there.
How was this little doohickey?
That's for my wireless mic. See, I got a microphone right here.
So you hear you fart and groan?
Oh, yeah. Grunt, poop, everything.
Love for that.
Everything till you muted. OG asks muted.
What? Yeah, there was 4.5 to anywhere from 4.5 to 6, except when you went right through the channel there between the peninsula and the shoreline. Although one thing, it was
John
fucking
says,
wild.
or maybe my audio kicked out.
So there's in that front section, there's 3 springs.
Yeah, I seen those yesterday driving from Bailey's grandparents.
But the closer you get to the springs, because the water was pushing over it, the thicker the ice gets.
Yeah.
Until you get to where you know it was. You got to drop those. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get the otter one, next one. I'm just thankful to have something. I'll run it. I just didn't want you to feel like you had to get rid of it because I wanted one.
OG says no, we're good. Ron was just giving out a lake name.
You don't like this bench.
No, because look at how much space it takes up. Not to mention it sits right on the edge like that and it doesn't give any balance to the sled.
So my last flip over, I took that whatever electro metal taping, the thing that you self capper. That's what I did to my back half.
Oh, I put you know where that post goes in the back there?
Yep.
I drilled a hole and I ran a bolt and a nut and a couple of washers. So that way it sits on top of that so it doesn't kick out on you. Do you know you can take the canvas all the way off of this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's right here.
Yeah, but you can literally set it up and just pull the canvas over the frame.
Mm-hmm. My old one was like that.
Yeah, the only shit part about this one is it's not insulated. That's the only really shitty part, so she's going to go through some heat.
I'll check my hub house, see that one.
I'm not worried about it. I'll just run this one. You probably ain't never going to use a portable again in your life anyways. How's work?
Pretty good. Has Shane talked to you?
About his throat deal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he missed the one day, and I messaged him. I'm like, where the fuck you at? Didn't reply, and then all of a sudden he's like, oh, I just got out of the hospital. Oh. And he's like, something along the lines, I might have throat cancer.
I hope not.
And he's fucking slamming a cigarette.
Well, that's how it usually works, though. They told you you had fucking lip cancer. Did you quit chewing?
Yeah.
I don't think you would.
It would suck. I'd get an alternative. Find an alternative so I can.
I tried doing the outlaw dip for a while.
It was good at first.
Yep. By the round 2, when you go to the second round of it, you're like, nope, get me a Copenhagen.
Too much flavor.
You still got to bring me my groom stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You told me you had all that stuff. Groomsman kit.
Whose truck is that?
Paris's.
That is screen.
But.
Wait, I thought you had a maroon one.
No, that was the old Chevy. But he's talking about getting his old work truck. If you get its old work truck, I'm going to end up with that one. Then guess what we're going to be doing? Mounting a plow, bitches.
Like a homemade style like that one?
Well, I don't. Well, there ain't another one around.
Ryan's trying to sell the one that we had for $300. But it's just sitting at Mackey's doing nothing. On a pallet.
I'd mount that on there. I like them old fucking plows. What were the Leos?
Leo.
I like them old Leo plows, man. They're pretty fucking rock solid once you get them mounted right.
Yes, they are.
Still love that old girl, do you?
Yeah, this spring I'm gonna go find a fucking center console. Or a steering console. Since the rod's broken. Put a new battery in her and put a new coil in.
Doesn't it have 2 batteries in it?
One in the back, yeah. The one under the hood that you had in there kept leaking acid.
That came with the truck. The one I put in the back is brand new.
So I'm wondering, and then with that boot coming off out of the coil, I think, so I had a hard time starting. Now she fires right up. No hesitation.
Yeah, I miss that truck most of the time, but it's in a good home.
Yeah, she's coming up for her oil change.
So you got your van back now? Your man van?
Yeah. I don't know why he did that thing, but it came back to me, put a CV axle in it. Now it needs a radiator because it leaks like a fucking sieve.
Just probably put it in the ditch.
And I think from getting backed into last winter, fucking threw the alignment on from hell.
Damn. That would suck. That was all just done in that.
Yeah. Because, remember, right now it pulls all the way this way.
Yeah, because I put new shocks in the ass into that van. I got rid of them fucking air electric ride suspension stuff and put coilover shocks in the ass end of it. Had that all set up for courier work. Then we got the company vans.
But now, I don't know why it's doing this. It's never done it to me, but now it's like when you hop in and you haven't ran it for a while, it acts like it's just clicking over. It'll like wiggle the key or turn it over, let it, or not turn it over, but click it over, or no, click it over, and then it'll start. I don't know.
That's fucking weird.
I don't know. It's something when he got hit.
Might be. It might have knocked the body ground loose. I don't know. Can't believe this. Fucking end of November and I'm sitting outside. Like it's summer.
I get flashed more now with these fucking headlights. I clean the headlight lenses. Now I get fucking flashed. I got flashed coming into Candia High. Seems like the high beams are fucking lower than the low beams.
The high beams just go wider. It doesn't. They don't project any further. They just go wider.
Drove to work on Thursday thinking I had to go get my trailer out at my uncle's.
Yeah.
Well, he had his car blocking it anyway, so.
Who ended up buying Fatty Daddies?
Huh?
Who ended up buying Fatty Daddies?
I have no idea.
They don't have a really good name right now.
So my uncle got out. But on the way home fucking Thursday morning, it was fine coming from Litch to almost to Atwater, and then just got fucking fog. I ran the fucking top light bar just to see better. Next weekend, I think I'm gonna hook up to the fog, get that all situated. There's an O-ring in there that I gotta replace, and then it should stop leaking.
Yeah, I gotta get out this week and get out to the Ponderosa and get my other trailer. I'm gonna bring this little one back there and get the 16-footer because I'm gonna take the 4-wheeler and the 16-footer, and that's how I'm gonna run the portable around. Keep a tarp over everything so that way when it's sitting, then I'm gonna just park the fish house out on a night bite and then run the portable around for a daytime bite.
So you're starting on metal?
I don't know where I'm starting. Probably not out there.
Well, not the big candy. You guys are fucking brave. There was 4 inches, but it wasn't consistent. Somebody took a snowmobile with studs with their portable, and another guy went across fucking candy.
Well, stupid hurts. You don't get lucky so many times.
Well,
It's like there were some guys traversing out onto Ringo already.
really?
And I went and punched a hole, and one spot was 3 inches. Oh, you ain't seen my new toy this year.
What'd you do? Get a Pedro?
Oh, hell no. You don't want one of them for inside the fish house.
Those things are nice for early ice.
Check that out.
What the fuck is this? This is just
It's called a Jiffy Scout.
okay.
So you pull the bottom off there, pull the sheath off, put it in your drill in the ice, and you kick it over to the side so it catches the bottom of the hole. You can see how many inches of ice there are.
Oh, so you just drill it in.
Yep.
And then go to the edge.
Yep.
Or
Run it towards the tape measure. So you drill it, right? Drop it in, put it over this way, and hook it to the bottom of the ice. If you're in the
Really?
orange, you're good. The red, not so much.
Where'd you find this at?
Runnings.
Yeah, it drills pretty good.
Fuck yeah.
Let's say that's pretty sharp. So they got a whole collection out right now.
Yeah. I wouldn't call it the best, but it's decent. Wouldn't call it the best, but it's definitely decent. Good. Fix the plow situation on it. Oh, here. I'll show you this on here. So, remember how it wouldn't turn real side to side real nice?
Yeah.
So that washer that was under that bolt right there, that square washer, it was catching the side to side, or the lever, so you could turn it side to side.
Oh, no shit.
So all I did was cut it down smaller, put it on there. Then I went to the synthetic rope.
How's that working?
Good. Hell, I've plowed twice, 2 snowfalls with it already. Did my yard, did Parish and Tina's, and I did the post office.
Yeah, you got some dirt too. Is the new Jenny running or what?
No, I'll be running the Honda. But oh yeah. That's what I was telling you about. 6,800.
This runs a house.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, that is sweet. Ralphie.
Usually starts up in the first couple of pulls every time. Wait, where's the other switch? That one's on.
Yeah.
It's a generator switch.
Okay. Damn, that's a lot of.
Oh yeah. Damn. Love every bit of that thing.
Hey, I was in high school.
No, so have you ever used a HyperTrack?
Not this HyperTrack.
Okay. Okay, so all you do with these is you lean on one side or the other, and it automatically turns like a skid steer.
Really?
Yeah. And then you can lift it up, walk it right up the steps.
That's nice.
Fuck yeah. Oh, by the way, hand warmers.
Yep.
Headlight.
That's what I like about my John Deere is the hand warmers.
Yeah. Wasn't a cheap unit, but...
No. These are fucking expensive.
But I wanted something, you know, and it worked out good because last year when I had... Gotta pull back.
Oh. Okay.
Nothing to pull over.
Drive.
Auger.
High school, we had a little Honda with tracks.
I've always loved the tracks on the snowblowers. I had one of them old Craftsmans with the tracks on it, and I used to have to do a hill. And we had the tire-driven snowblower. The guy had one, and all of a sudden, because I used to go do his driveway all the time, and the thing that sucked is I'd have to like go across it like this, weave like this, so I could get to the top and then go back up and, you know, have to come down and push all of it forward because he lived on a lake. It was like a straight down cut. So then he shows up one day, he's got one of them Craftsman ones with the tracks. Shit. The neighbors are just cabin dwellers, so then I just started blowing everything over into their yard.
Oh, it worked good with your little slope here.
Oh, yeah.
So this adjusts with the slopage too.
Well, no, this will actually lock. So if you pull it back a little bit, so if I get it to, so this is supposed to unlock it. If I can remember how to do it again, but usually it'll lock in place. I think I got too much stuff underneath the front of it. There. So now it's locked. So like when you're doing your sidewalks and shit, I think I'm going to drop the skid pads a little bit lower so I don't have to worry about it picking up rocks.
Or you just get a thin layer underneath when you blow. No, but I'm saying when it's released, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, when you're going up to a pile, a previous pile, you just kind of go,
Yep.
And it'll eat away.
Well, that snow last year, there wasn't nothing that didn't go through.
When I talked to Don for out by the fish houses, they run them fucking paddle fucking pushers. Perfect for plowing a little between our houses.
You got a plow for around to the Honda yet? Where is that?
Who knows?
Hmm.
Yeah, put a Mackey's plow on it. We're gonna see if this plate fits underneath it. If not, I'm just gonna do what I did to this thing.
No, I'd rather do this. This is way better, 100 times easier. I hate that fucking drive into them ones. Because he's...
Hot mess Mama Wonka yells Ron.
Hi, Hot Mess Mama Wonka.
Who the hell was that?
It's my TTS.
No, Hot Mess Mama.
What, do you get to write a book?
Maybe.
She's a streamer.
Everybody writes a book on my life.
No, I don't.
Boss lady yells mama.
I just know shit, that's all.
Hot mess Mama Wonka asks, what are you doing?
Oh, it's Laura.
Answer it.
Hey, babe. This is your husband. All right.
Yes, dear. Sure, doing what? Absolutely. Well, let's do 5 p.m. Then I'll do bingo with you. Okay. Perfect. Love you too. Bye. Yeah, looks like I'm going to be doing a part-time job over the winter.
Yeah?
No, they need a cook up where she does bingo.
Cook?
Yeah. I can't seem to keep cooks around there, and they need a good one for the winter, so.
Who is your friend?
It's my buddy Fatty. One of my best friends.
No, I just run 2 chunks of angle iron.
Oh, I know. I had to doctor a few things.
What did you doctor on it?
I pushed the mounts forward as far as I could. You
Hi,
notice it's
skinny
not.
best friend.
No, actually, his nickname is legitimately Fatty. My nickname for him has been since day one. That's why the truck that we have in common is called Fat Bastard. Yeah, you notice how it's not hanging back so far?
Mm-hmm. Should have just been below the plate forward.
Well, it's actually kind of nice that it's that close. And the reason being
Why
that
are you friends with Ron? He's not nice.
You're talking. This is the same woman who asked me for a drill to change a toilet seat. And then her daughter went and bought her one for her birthday. So now the running joke is in order to flush the toilet, you're gonna have to go turn the kitchen sink on. You
Boss
flush it with
lady
the kitchen.
says lol.
You'll turn the fucking shower on and your toilet will turn into a bidet. Super Soaker 10 million up
Hot
your ass
mess
crack.
Mama Wonka yells lol.
So funny story about bidets. I almost had my chance to use
To
one,
Reaper's
but I
Realms
wasn't sure.
RP says, is that Fatty?
But I went with Jesse up to Princeton to go get that.
Barrican
76.
says that's what happens when you let women out of the kitchen and shit. Boss lady says, hey, we are talking about getting more power tools for mama. Hot mess Mama Wonka says, do you have a saw in that garage? I don't have one of those yet. OG says, don't knock biddies. Bidets. They are life-changing. Hot mess Mama Wonka yells, Barrican, go to bed.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What kind of saw?
6.
Miter saw.
7 of them. I've got a battery skill saw. I've got a corded skill saw. I've got a jigsaw. I've got 2 sawzalls. I got a miter box up there.
Perfect.
Somewhere.
Can I buy it for $3?
I think I got a used saw blade you can get for that. About to change the one off to DeWalt.
Barrican says at Outdoors with OG, we all know you enjoy wet things squirting up your bum. The Reaper's Realms RP says, I mean, if she wants a bidet, we can always take her to the car wash, ha ha ha. Boss lady says, I might consider putting a bidet in our 3rd bathroom. Hot mess Mama Wonka says, I'll take whichever one that saws stuff. Boss lady says, LMAO.
I gotta get a new blade for my DeWalt.
all you need is some brake cleaner. Cleans out the dingleberries.
Shop initiation around here now. Boy, the day I got Shane with that, that poor dude was going to be crying.
Worse than what I got?
Oh, yeah.
What did you do, the whole can?
Nope. Actually, I got less. I mean, don't get me wrong. It like burns, like icy hot. But the thing is, it was like him. You thought for sure he was going to break down in tears.
PTSD.
Same here. Every time I look on the shelf, I'm like, oh.
Hot Mess
So you got
Mama
Friday
Wonka
off, huh?
says I'll be safe. I promise.
And I had to burn up vacation, so I got next Thursday, Friday off. And the week after that, I got next Thursday.
OG yells, do it, boss lady. They are amazing.
Will they help a fat guy out?
Oh, yeah.
To Reaper's Realms RP says make sure you butter the porch so the squirrel's nuts don't get stuck.
I don't know. He's been on some fucking weird trip all
Hot
night. I've
Mess
just
Mama
been ignoring him.
Wonka says boss lady, I will come install the bidet.
There you go, boss lady.
Where is Laura?
Doing bingo.
Oh. At night?
Yeah. When else do you think they do bingo?
I don't know.
To Reaper's Realms RP says just buy a power washer, problem solved. Boss lady says yeah, we need a new toilet in that bathroom eventually, so I might get one. Sorry, mama, our son already offered.
Oh.
Hot Mess Mama
So what are you
Wonka
doing the rest
says
of the
frick.
weekend then?
Tonight I'm going to go clean up the fish house, and then tomorrow...
Boss lady says LMAO.
Alongside my fence there and kind of by the house, get that shit either in storage or in the shed. Other than that, just gotta get everything cleaned up so it's gonna be nice.
I think because
Hot
you get the
Mess
skid
Mama
loaders from
Wonka
work for
says
free,
Ron, I
right?
tried to hand frames last night on stream using my driller. It didn't go real great. Hang.
Yeah, I just gotta put fuel in it.
Because I might have you and Bailey. Well,
OG
no, I only
says
need
don't
one.
let these
'Cause
knuckleheads
then I can
around
have
here
one.
bully you, boss lady. Once you do one, you will do the rest.
Because I'll have one sitting here, go out to the Ponderosa, and have 2 dump box trailers going back and forth. I'm literally going to put a 2x12 retaining wall up here and fill the fucking thing full of black dirt and just let it level it out, let it naturally settle. Be no parking back there, no nothing. I'm putting fence posts in. Anybody tries is going to fuck up whatever they try to drive on there.
Everything on that thing?
Yep.
Okay.
Because by the time it settles, it'll be built up. Well, I mean, I'm down over a foot right here.
Yeah.
It won't be long. I'll be able to reach underneath
Boss
the
lady
foundation of
says
this thing.
LMAO, I'm not worried about it, OG.
You're gonna take some black dirt from the on that one.
Yeah.
Well, we know that's some quality shit.
Level out this, and then once I get the money up, probably I got to tear the sidewalk out, level that out, because you can see where the water's sitting there. I need to level that out.
Can you put that shit that they have underneath that spray shit that they do, where you drill a hole and
Yeah, you know how much they charge to do that shit?
Okay. Isn't there a DIY for that? Do it yourself?
I don't think so. Not that I've seen. It might be. I don't know. I'll look. Otherwise, I got to tear all that out and put new in.
Yeah.
Tear it out, level it, and put new in.
Concrete mixer and throw some bags at it, some sand. Throw some Diet Coke or Coke bottles in there for some structure.
No, rebar is not that expensive.
To Reaper's Realms RP says, hey Ron, you know the sprayer that comes with the kitchen sink, just hook that to the toilet, it'd be cheaper than wasting money on a bidets.
I'm not even looking at one.
We do have the extra tank.
Fucking right I do. It's the best thing ever. I was going to put a extra tank in the one I sold you.
Yeah, do you just gotta buy the cap for it?
There is, you can't do that. I was going to tap that one in. Just put a fucking,
Oh, pull one of those in and tap.
yeah, put a bung on the tank.
Yeah.
And then tap a fitting into it. But you got to get a non-vented cap. Or you got to plug the vents in the cap. Otherwise it'll just push fuel out from the top tank. Yeah, I was going to mount a 6-gallon one on top of that.
Yeah, ever since I brought it in and got it fixed after peeking out on the lake.
It did that to me one time, and I did the same thing. And I never had it. Well, when you got it from me, what did I do? Fucking walked over here, hadn't touched it in months, walked over
Hey,
here,
Ron,
fucking
is
pulled
that
it
your
over
buddy
twice and
Fatty?
started.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Like, the only thing I gotta do to it is keep oil in it.
Yeah, it always gone through oil since the day I got in it.
No. No. And it's not much.
Well, the thing is like, when I run it, so when I fill it with gas, I top it off with oil. That's it.
I'm just gonna make a little box thing in the burb and keep it in the back.
I don't know why you just don't put a box on the front of the fish house and leave it on the front of the fish house. Get some hockey pucks.
Could weld like a little tray off the back. Do it that way.
Yeah, I need to do an oil change on that and clean it up. That was a good little buy. Where's your welder at?
Mackie. I'll be welding tomorrow night. Which welder?
Your new one. Your Miller. Not your fucking non-working Christmas present.
I got 2 welders now. Actually, I got 4.
Well, I knew you went and bought the one welder off Sell and Swap. The Miller. Then you had the one that you got for your Amazon welder that you even weld with that yet?
I never bought one off Marketplace.
I thought you bought the one out of Spicer, New London, off of Marketplace.
From my guy that works in Matheson.
Yeah, because he was fixing the one that you got for Christmas. He was redoing that.
One.
Right, but he was doing that one because I've never even seen that one. I seen it when you first got it, but after that, he was constantly looking for parts.
So I got that Miller fixed, running good. Or, wait, the one that I bought off from him was the one he had sitting at the shop, and he sold it to me. So I bought it. And then
What size is that one?
220, 110. It's a Miller 211.
That's not a bad one.
No.
Hey fatty, what would you rather have 3.4 million with a RV or deal with a
Don't even-
marriage for 60 years?
But anyways, the so you got the 211.
Yep.
Then what else you got?
Picked up a TIG welder.
Ooh.
It's not AC, so I can't do aluminum. But I can do mild steel and stainless. The only way I can do aluminum is if I go buy the aluminum gun.
See, I can do aluminum on that if I get the aluminum rods. You know how much the fucking aluminum rods are?
They're not cheap.
No. I did. I fixed somebody's snowmobile trailer in here one year. They brought it to me, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll just go get the aluminum rods. You know what I mean? Switched it over to run it on AC. The fucking rods were like $6 a piece. And then if you you want to talk about some climate sensitive motherfuckers?
Well, I got that one. So now, but the new one that I got for Christmas and this other one that I got, I was going to trade it off, but Brandon had his episode. I picked up a little Lincoln 110 from one, Greg's dad. Had that all fixed up, new gun.
Well, the other one's what is Chicago?
Electric 220.
What do you have for that?
Basically what Bailey paid for it. Or like $300. And then I got that Lincoln 110 that I got all redone too.
Yeah, but it's only a 110. I need something that's gonna actually burn some metal.
Well, I trust that Lincoln 110 over that Chicago Electric.
I really don't want a welder here because I know what'll happen. Just like the last time I had a welder here. Last time I had my welder before I sold it, everybody and their brother, hey, can you come over and weld this? Hey, can you? And that doesn't bother me. But it's like when you're over here every other weekend, getting something welded up, it's like, you know me, I don't ever expect anything, but it's like.
Walleye Akichi Ta says, did you forge the shack out?
Yeah, we figured it out. I made a couple of poles for it out of PVC.
Lincoln would come with fucking brand new gun. That was fucking cheap.
Can you run gas through it yet?
That's a line and thing for it.
Bring it over here. Next time you can swing through, I want to check that one out.
Okay. Well, maybe tomorrow I'll swing by with the minivan. They're both sitting in there.
I'd rather have the Lincoln, but I want to be able to burn, get into 3/16 and it's going to hold.
That one's good.
What it?
Best way for a Lincoln
I just know the one that I sold Jeremiah. I mean, you can't run gas in that one. That's just a flux core welder.
Well, mine you can.
I still got your fucking welding card over there.
Yep.
But your grinder, you might as well write that off. You're never getting that back.
Okay, you use it?
All the time.
Hey,
I just used it today.
I'm not even worried about it.
Well, you know where it's at. Same thing I told you when you brought the shit over here. You know where it's at when you need it.
Yeah, you can have it.
If you come across a bench vise.
Yeah, those are hard to find. Unless you want to pay a ton.
Right. They're like $400 or $500 for a new one.
Yeah.
But I want the anvil style like that one.
Yeah.
You see how it's got the fucking grippers down below?
Mm-hmm.
The fucking pipe grip?
Yeah, those are not easy to find.
Oh, you can get them at Menards. They're fucking $500-$600. But I'm going to take this bench out here, and I'm going to put a new bench over there on the side of the garage. So that way when I pull my van in here or a full-size truck, we're not fucking doing the skinny boy shuffle.
So you're saying we can actually fit a full-size truck in here?
Yeah.
Go get the other side, open the door.
Well, I mean, that'll open up another 3.5 feet. And then I'm just going to run the welder, put the welder on that side of the furnace, open this whole front area up. Should have just kept my Ranger. Life would have been easy. My Ranger's fitting here perfect.
Yeah, I'm surprised you got rid of it.
Well, I mean, I had to make a choice at the time because it's like the thing was just sitting here and I wasn't doing anything with it. I'd drive it just so I'd stay percolated, and it had some value to him, you know. It's what his last truck his mom owned. So it's like, well, kind of hard to turn that away. That, and he's got a decent rig for ice fishing. And he bought a decent fucking fish house, small fish house to pull behind it.
Yeah.
Old Phil's going to do a 454 swap in his truck, I hear.
Yep. Seen the bourbon that he picked up. I just put the tranny in and be done with it. Around with the motor. So I got a question. Which I learned this from a half ton to a 3/4 ton, 76 Ford, all-time 4-wheel.
Yeah.
3/4 tons were divorced.
Not all.
Half ton was married.
Not all.
That's what I was told.
No, sir.
Now
The high boys were divorced. That's what made a high boy. High boy was a divorce transfer case.
Okay, so the one that I got out of that high boy, that motor tranny transfer case.
Keep the transfer case is divorced.
Yeah.
Keep the transfer case.
Well, reason being, well, technically that's Jesse's.
What's Jesse?
At work.
Oh.
Because I said, well, because his transmission's out in that truck. I tore it out last weekend. Well, I found out that one was married. This one's divorced. Doesn't have the bolt-on yoke. Would I be able to take that and divorce it?
No. Need a tail shaft.
No,
Need a
I'm saying
different.
put my tranny in, and then that T-case.
What transmission?
Whatever the fucking 360s hook up to. Aren't they the C6?
Yeah, but the bolt patterns are different. What motors he got in his?
Yeah, the one that I pulled, or the tranny I pulled out of his.
Right, but what motor is in his?
The 360, just like that one.
Okay, so what do you want to put that in?
We need a tranny.
For what truck?
His 76.
And what motor's in a 76?
360. But I'm saying, when I tore this setup out, was also out of a 76.
Yeah, it'll fit.
Yeah, but I'm saying...
You got all the drive shafts?
Yes, got all that. So I'm saying that I'd be able to take setup that he bought, and I'd be able to turn it into a divorce.
Yeah.
Do I have to add any brackets? I'm assuming I gotta add brackets.
Well, you should have kept the cross member for it.
Got it.
That's all you need. As long as you kept the cross members, you're fine. It all bolts right in. The frames never changed on those.
They didn't.
No, sir.
Well, on his...
How do you think we put switch gears over from an automatic to a manual? Just kept the cross member out of my Bronco.
Well, the cross member that was underneath his also connected to your trail arms.
That should be it for the transmission.
That was under the transfer case.
His trailing arms go that far back?
Yeah.
Should still be able to get it all in there because these should mount inside the frame or underneath it.
Well, yeah, because there's secondary brackets on them transfer cases up top that bolt to the frame.
Yeah.
Those bolts are missing on his truck. I was able to disconnect them from the trailing arm bracket, drop everything down, and I was able to drop the transfer.
Yeah, because yours is the same way. We just cut through it and we welded it back on.
Right, so I can actually swap it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sucks that you got to give up a divorce transfer case, but yeah. It's a Denim 40 transfer case. They're pretty nasty. Before they started doing drop transfer cases, that's what everybody went after. They're pretty much fucking bulletproof.
Would that interfere on how the shifter going through the floor then? Or?
No.
Well, there's that rod.
Yeah, that's all it is. Did you keep the shifter for the transfer case?
I think there's a shifter in the toolbox.
Yeah, so you just mount it in there.
Okay.
You guys get, if I'm around, give me a call. You know, I know them like the inside of my fucking underwear, full of brown stains. Volkswagen stripes for days.
Perfect. So then I just tell Jesse we'll get all new U-joints.
Yep.
So if I'm coming the weekend
Just let them know if you want me to come out and help. You know what the funny part is? I got the same transfer case up there in the corner of the shop.
One of them?
Yeah. Because I would tell you then, we just changed the bell housing off a Swamp Donkey. Put that bell housing on your tranny. Take the tranny out of Swamp Donkey, give them that one. And that right there. So no matter how big of a lift you put in Swamp Donkey, we can actually set that down because it's on a jack shaft. We can tilt it.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking slick. That big white truck that I showed you pictures that I had, and that little Bronco too that I had, same transfer case.
Really?
That's how I was able to get them big ass tires underneath such short trucks.
Well, when I tore this out, this motor was a reman, and the training was gone too.
Is that the same one you had for years?
Yeah. I'm saying I could take this setup training and transfer case and put it underneath.
Yeah. If you're gonna go that far, you might as well pull the motor and everything. Sell them the motor, whole 9 yards. Well, you ain't got nothing you can stick it in, nor will you probably ever have anything.
Oh, it's his motor, so.
Oh.
He bought it. Just went and got it.
When you bring that over to him.
Well, the truck's sitting in the shed at Mackey's. We tore it out last weekend.
Wouldn't take but a weekend to put it in.
Yeah.
So the best thing to do, make sure you got some 2-inch ratchet straps. Get it up.
That's how I get stinky.
Hey, back.
What up?
Yeah, baby. That motherfucker hit like a ton of bricks. How's that one for you?
Big Daddy yells Vexerb just followed the channel. Hot Dog King yells oh my.
This is why we sit on the river. This
Turn the camera though. You get a little bigger than that. Put me down and hell, stomach.
Use the sandpaper teeth.
First, real quick.
Texas girl LLL yells reel him up, boys.
See that? Yeah? Here, I'll go on the other side of my camera.
Boss lady underscore trucker chat's wife says show again.
Look at that. Show one over here. Bad though.
Princess underscore
Swamp Pass says 20 pounds.
I says
And it all goes down just like that. VTY, somebody clip this, please.
Come on. Zeros. Alright. Put them on. Should be enough to upgrade.
Rugger Wife says 0. Chad R1971 says oh. Mrs. Ron Cleveland Outdoors says 0. Chad R19.
Oh, they may have to refire this up. See if this is gonna work again. Well, hopefully that works. If not, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, that.
Super Bowl champ says test.
Call myself the Super Bowl champ. You know why?
You bring the Browns to the Super Bowl or what?
All the time, every season. It's too bad they go down every time, but I get them there.
I seen something really funny on Amazon. You should wrap it in paper.
Oh, yeah. I know which one you're talking about.
Happy Merry Easter.
OG says there is a lot of static on our end, Ron.
A lot of static. Oh, you know why? It's a wireless mic setup and it's charging off the battery. There's not a whole lot I can do about it until the phone charges. No, I can go like this, I guess. Just have to do it this way. We'll be out of wireless mic. That's weird. It's never done it on that before, but
Oh, so now it goes off phone.
yeah. No, I bet you it screwed all this up though.
Super Bowl champ
Nope.
says hi.
There we go. Well, then put the tools away. Non-stop running for you. An old redneck ice castle. Alright, so now I gotta slide that inside.
In here?
Yep. Tripod.
You want it in this way?
Yeah. Well, that sucked. Why did you do that? Hey, you gonna take this thing too?
What?
Is that portable air conditioner pulled you can have?
Yeah.
The AC and heater.
Oh, yeah.
The 14,000 BTU one, I paid like $700 or $900 for it some years back.
I was... Funny story. Same one my sister has.
I know.
I borrowed it. Well, when I bring in your welder tomorrow, your welder. You want both welders?
Maybe.
You can have both welders.
That'll work. I'll burn the cheap one up, and when the cheap one shits out, then I'll use the good one. Ooh, I have a welder to match one of my helmets.
Oh, fuck.
I gotta put a igniter in the, or battery in the igniter for the ice castle.
Uh-oh.
Turn this off. With a pokey. What the hell just happened there? That's never done that before. The sensors ain't never worked in this garage since day one. It's connected. Who the hell needs sensors? Just get the hell out of the way. Well, am I wrong? Hey, garage door's coming down. Let's just stand there. Since we're on the phone, hang that down there for right now. Yeah.
You want a winch too?
Oh, your old one?
It's a 3,500 pounder.
Yeah.
Just hook up to a battery.
I like it in the butt. Says more lube, please.
Got some weird streamers. This one, thing is on the top.
Yeah. It's the same one that was on your trailer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring that with.
I don't even know if this battery's any good that I'm putting in here. We'll find out.
It's getting dry.
Got issues.
Yeah.
Starting to hurt.
So now, $115 for both of them full.
I called Mel's, $79.
That ain't bad.
Took an all 100 pounder.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
I told
Oh,
him,
baby.
it's probably one of the cheapest around town.
They are. I have to light it manually first.
Or let it build up.
There we go. And then we
Nice.
and just like that, she's singing. She's a little cold. Remember riding across this last year, in this last year on the ice?
Yes, I do. Freezing my ass off.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I gotta string up my new lights.
The hell?
What are we doing sitting in here?
Damn. Butt Plug Hero just with a $150 dono. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're just gonna be chilling in here, getting everything organized.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run that heater for a while and see how that 100-pounder does.
Yeah. I got some rubber. I'm gonna try to. When I put my 100 pounder, I'm gonna wrap it.
I would probably say get like that pipe heat tape
Oh,
shit,
yeah.
that element, I'd probably do that. You're running a 3,000 watt generator, so it'll handle it just fine. Or some type of a heating blanket.
Yeah, I was just gonna wrap it so it's somewhat insulated. 'Cause I know on my last fish house, a 100-pounder lasted me damn near the whole year. And that was leaving it on.
See, this isn't insulated that well. This thing on them really cold days, the sucker will go through 10 pounds of propane on a day.
Really?
Yeah. Well, it may not, because what I'm going to do, we were originally going to rebuild the door.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that. What we're going to do now is I'm just going to take one of those green army tarps that I got, and I'm going to double it over and put a weight on the bottom. So that way it just stays up tight against the door and blocks the wind.
Yep. Alright. Yeah, what do you got going on there? You gonna be around all day?
What's that?
You gonna be around all day?
Yeah, well, Ethan's got my van. So,
Oh, what's going on with the band?
blew a brake line on it.
Oh shit. Okay.
So, where are you off to now?
I'm gonna run the truck trailer home and then hop in the Burb, head out to Mackey's, clean my fish house out, get that ready. Do some rearranging.
You gonna redo some of the wiring? Weren't you having problems with that last year?
No.
Because the one light didn't work in the center.
Yeah, I think it was because that battery is shot.
Did it work after you put mine in there?
Yeah,
Did it?
but that one was meant for, I'm gonna walk in right away and turn it on.
Yeah, see, I'm gonna cut the bottom shelf out of that. I'm gonna put my battery bank in my inverter system right there.
Oh, and it powered the radio, but I don't think that radio is wired in right. I don't know. Might actually just pull that radio out and run a JBL speaker.
I have a JBL flipper, otherwise I got this one off of Amazon. It's dirt cheap.
Oh, a soundbar?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's a Vizio.
Yeah, you just plug it in, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, what do you got? Do you got DeWalt or Makita?
DeWalt.
I got a little speaker you can use. Put a DeWalt battery in it.
Is it the one that's about this tall and this
Yeah.
round? Yeah, I got one.
That's all you need. That fucker's plenty loud.
Oh yeah. Things are pretty fucking nice.
Oh, if I turn it all the way up, it'll go 30,000 BTU. It'll
Yeah.
cook you out of here.
Mine, I don't even go past low.
Well, you got to remember that wall that it's against isn't insulated. The floor's not insulated, and the walls are really shitty insulated.
I thought you were gonna take the walls out. and
Next
then-
year.
Next year.
Next year's the big project.
Are you spray foaming it, or are you?
No, fuck no. You never run spray foam in a fish house.
Some people do.
You know what happens when you run it down the road after a while? You move it around, it jars, shit cracks and breaks, it starts falling down on top of itself.
Oh. So you're just gonna get the purple stuff, or are you gonna actually run insulation?
Run the board. Do an 1.5 inch insulation all the way around in it.
That won't be bad.
No, and actually that wall will go back another 17.5 inches.
Oh yeah.
Well, Jason can climb up in behind it.
Hey, don't scratch me. That scrawny little fucker will fit in anything.
You wish him a happy birthday yesterday?
I did. I called him.
I sent him a text message.
I called him heading to Thanksgiving. But, Well, I'm gonna go get my fish house cleaned up, ready to go.
Talked to your dad at all lately?
I talked to him today.
How's he doing?
Doing alright. I think it really hit him when, basically he has nowhere to go.
Oh, they split? I didn't realize they split up.
That whole shit show? Yeah. So,
And I suppose his old place is rented out.
yep, to Angie and Gary Londo.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So
So,
right there. That's what they were designed for, the
Yeah.
actual benches.
so what happened was she caught him talking to other women.
Imagine that.
Yeah, on that WhatsApp app or whatever the fuck it is. So they broke up. She allowed him to still live there because she lost her job and had, she needed somebody to pay the rent. And my dad was working. And then she got a new boyfriend. My dad didn't basically like it. So he packed his stuff up, went in with my cousin, who lives down the road in Egan. And that maybe lasted, well, first he stayed at my house for the weekend. Came down. And then he went back Tuesday morning at 5 a.m. when I came home from work. So he could make it to work. And then he made the comment that he'd be coming back on weekends. He's going to stay with a coworker. So whatever, that's fine. Let me know. Week goes by, haven't heard from him. Another week goes by, so I decided to call him. I said, "You staying at Nikki's or are you staying at coworkers?" "Oh, I moved back in." I'm like, "So you called the cops, made a big hassle to get all your shit out, just for you to move back in? What the?" He told me you gotta be the dumbest human being I've known. And I basically hung up on him. And then for the first time in like 3 weeks, I talked to him today.
In that little bit of time, it has gone up 5 degrees in here.
Feels good. Like the fan ain't even bugging me.
It won't, because the heat goes straight up from that thing. I got 2 of those fans for like $72. It was cheaper to get the 2 of them than it was to buy a single. So I have another one. I'm just going to mount it upstairs. The main thing is make sure the propane heater is off. I thought about putting the diesel heater back in here, but I think when time allows, I'm just going to put another one in here. That's what you should run in your shack if your heater shits out. That diesel heater?
Yeah.
That's the shit. That'd cook that thing right out.
Oh, I know.
And I was watching videos last night. Guys were burning them 50-50 motor oil. So 2.5 gallons of diesel and 2.5 gallons of used motor oil, as long as it's clean. Bet your mom's just having a fucking field day right now. Yeah, if you run a 100-pounder, make sure you got that style of hose on here. That top part, where it's got the high-low valves on it.
Yeah.
You don't want to run just a straight valve in it.
Why is that?
It'll shut your heater down.
Really?
Yeah.
So I have to get a new valve then. So mine's just a regular.
Yeah. You just got the regular adapter hose like that one on the floor.
No, not that style. Going out to the outside where my tank's supposed to be, I got a valve like not.
You got a regulator on it?
Yeah.
That might work just fine then. Probably a house regulator.
Yeah.
Yeah, just try it. just test run it before, you know, like I'm doing now, making sure everything works good before you put it on the lake. Way better to fuck with it at home than out in the lake. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're going to be chasing me around. I mean, on weekends, whatever, you can just plug into my generator.
Yeah, because I'm going to go hit Toggle right away. Because that's looking pretty good out there. Basically what you were walking on. About that 4 to 5. What do you want?
Hello. Did you like the TikTok I sent you?
Haven't even looked at it yet.
What?
Haven't even looked at it yet.
Your phone is cutting out.
I know, because I'm over at Ron's.
Ah.
You're on speaker.
Well, hello, Ron.
Hi.
Why can't you say hi back? Why do you have to say why?
He said hi, you jackass.
Oh, that sounds like it.
Oh.
So you butts doing?
No,
definitely not you.
What?
He said definitely not you.
Alright, well, I can't hear you. Your phone is still cutting out.
Oh, well, it's about to die too, so.
Yeah. That's what happens when you're a loser.
Oh. Hmm.
Oh, I guess she doesn't need a loser to plow her driveway this year. Then,
Yeah,
huh?
we ain't plowing your shit this year.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Alright, well, have fun.
Oh, I will.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, it's 50 degrees in here already. See, I was going to get some foam board and I was just going to... Because I'm streaming in here, I can't have the damn windows uncovered anyway, so I'm like, well, I might as well just put foam board in them. Put a piece of foam board in them so when I'm not streaming, I can just take it out. Oh.
Go do that so I can go to bed early tonight.
How's Bailey liking the welding?
Good. She's running Bay 1 by herself.
Oh, yeah?
I'm on the new line. Yeah, 4.
Is she on compact or on
Yeah,
max?
compact.
Well, that ain't so bad.
But we got some fucktards on there.
You think?
Yeah.
You know, I almost went back there to go work weekend fab. Throw me one of them.
As soon as it started getting cold out again, I think by next year this one's going to be done.
And you're going to go to Painesville and get it done this time, right?
Yeah. Do you remember Tyler Berger?
Yep.
So he went and got his done in Wilmer.
It's the same surgeon that does it in Painesville usually.
Anyways, he came back. He didn't wait like the full 6 weeks it was.
Idiot.
He came back like after the 3rd week, said he was bored. And now he's complaining his wrist is hurting again.
No. Fuck around and find out.
That's what I told him.
Yeah, if you look over there, you can see the gap on the top of the door.
Oh yeah, you got a nice gap.
Bottom's not so bad, but the top. I lose so much heat through that fucking door, it's not even funny. But then after I put that sleeping bag up there, but I can't have the sleeping bag there with the heater there. See, last year I had the heater over here.
Yeah.
But the thing that sucked about having it right there was, is like you turn it so you're comfortable right here and have it running, and then it'd be shutting on and off constantly. And it's like, all right, you're supposed to have your heaters by the door, you know. I think, well, because Jeremiah's got a small wood stove.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna put a wood stove in just for fun. Yeah, but I mean, when you're sitting here fishing all day and you ain't got nothing to do, it'd be kind of fun just to go out and stoke the fire, save some money.
I wanted to put a wood stove in mine.
You want me to make you an ammo can one?
Well, I was going to put one where you can actually cook on it.
Yours is just laid out funny. You need to, honestly, because like yours, the way you're set up in there, you would be way further ahead of having all your holes in the center. And you really just need to set it up for 2 people to fish in it. Like this. Look at how big this is. I got 5 holes in here. That's it. That's so when I get a live scope, I can run a live scope down that hole and it'll shine across all these. I measured it out so it cones out perfect. So that way if I get somebody sitting in here fishing with me, everybody else, sure, you can come in, hang out, have a warm shack, but you're running tip-ups. Or I can have, like, if you came here and Bailey was sitting there, you guys could sit right on the benches and fish right there. You know what I mean?
Sure, you're going to put like a fold-out bed right here for Alex.
Not this year. I want to wait until we get into the walls and see if the walls are fucked or not. Because if they're in like the roof trusses are, I'm going to have to put all new studs in.
Well, I'm just saying the ones where you just fucking tip up and latch it.
Yeah, I don't know how good the studs are in here. Like, the studs aren't where they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
So, we're going to be, because I still have to do this front up here, because I'm getting rid of all this up here. There's actually that folding table still in here. That table that folds out here. That's
Oh,
still in there.
really?
And I thought about drop axle in it, but it's like, then this thing's going to be like damn near 10 feet wide going down the road.
Yeah, it'd be like mine.
Yeah, well, I would like to pull mine further than just around here.
Oh, I can go further now. Now that I've actually hauled it around and stuff, I'll go.
See, that's what you should go get for yours. A couple of them little ATV winches.
Oh, yeah.
With the key fobs.
I've actually thought about it.
That's what I would do on here.
Well, tomorrow we'll see how it looks with that diamond plate that I put on it.
Yeah. I think, honestly, with yours, I think I would probably sell it and then get something laid out. Or even something like this.
Yeah, I was debating. I might throw it up for trade for a little bit bigger one, see what's out there, but for the most part, it's Bailey and I.
Yeah, it's just the holes are laid out funny though. You guys can't like lay out in there and be comfortable.
Well, that new Glacier couch I picked up, that one actually fits between my holes now. Found that out.
With a jackknife?
Yeah.
How wide is it?
Well, you know the couch that was in there last year out of
Is it as big as this one?
Oh, it's smaller. It's a brand new Glacier.
Yeah, but how the hell are you going to fit on it?
I fit on it just fine.
Sleeping?
Uh-huh. Bailey and I slept on it last year, 4th of July at my mom's.
Huh.
The only thing I do though, like you pull it out, it, you know, but you can feel that joint right there. So if you had like a thin, like twin mattress, it'd be perfect.
Just order some memory foam.
Yeah. or even memory foam would be perfect. Because it has the 2 pillows already. Because those are basically your backrests when you fold it up.
Oh, it's a hide-a-bed. It's not a jackknife, so this is a jackknife. You just lift the bottom up and pull this out. It's a bed.
It was a brand new one. I paid $150 for it. They're going $600 brand new.
Yeah, see, I can't. I like the one that's in the Glacier. I can't sleep on that fucker to save my life. Without, I had to take a mattress off one of the other beds and put it on there before I could sleep on there.
Yeah.
One of the things that sucks with that one is then it blocks off the 2 holes right there, and you got to climb all the way to the front of the bed to climb off of it.
Yep. Like, I looked at Jeremiah's house. I didn't like the layout.
I like. You remember the one that
you rent or borrowed?
The one they sponsored me in for 4 days.
Yes, I like that one.
And I thought the only thing that I didn't like is it didn't have a bathroom. But I'm like, you know what? I've gotten so used to shitting in a bucket. I really don't care. I think that is probably the one that I would get.
Oh.
But I would want a jackknife sofa in the back.
Yeah.
Fucking heats up quick in here, huh?
Yeah, I'm warm.
You can turn that down to 1. Yeah, it's over 60 degrees in here already.
That's 1.5.
Isn't it amazing how them 2 jack stands stabilize this thing? Right now it's just on the front one, but as soon as I put them 2 jack stands into the back, this thing's like rock solid.
Well, that's what I told Shane to do, because he wanted to do a drop axle right away, or do what his neighbor Jeremiah did, where you pull the tires off. And he wanted me to weld everything up, and I told him, I said, it's getting fishing time. I'm not going to sit every weekend to work on your fish house. I said, run it as is this year. Or do it around it. Shove some 5-gallon pails down and go. I said, your fish house sits lower than his.
Well, this one we're taking these out, and then we're going to square them out, and then do 1.5-inch insulated hole sleeves all the way around.
Oh, you're going to actually make fucking...
Lane Peace says mid.
So we're going to do that on all 5 of these. Because I decided over the summer, I really, you know what's nice about this?
Mm.
I can back right up to it and drop it down on the hitch like a regular trailer and go.
Yeah.
So I drop it down on the hitch, I pull the jack stands out, throw them right in the back compartment.
Yep, you don't have to sit there and... You know, mine ain't hard to crank anymore.
Still, even doing the Glacier, and that thing's butter. It's like, that's such a pain in the dick. Crank it up, set it down, crank it up, set it down, make sure it's level. I don't have to do none of that with this. Although I do got to put a new axle and all that shit in this. The suspension, this thing's flatlined. It bottoms out on the frame now. When you hit a bump.
So she's all rock hard.
Well, and then looking at parts for this axle, because it's the old style axle. Yeah, if this thing were... See, the thing is, like, pulling it around here, I'm fine. You know what I mean? Going to the little lakes that we go to, I'm fine. So, middle of next week, the lake should start shoring up again pretty good. I'm waiting to see what tomorrow and because what is it? Because today hit 40 something, didn't it?
Yeah, I think
44.
it was like 45, 44, yeah.
Yeah, it's still 40 right now.
Because I think after this
It's
week...
not until Tuesday we start dropping below freezing again.
Yeah, we're going to say we got this weekend, and then after that it's going to get cold.
Like, if it stays in them teens and 20s and builds ice like it did a couple of years back, you know, where we get that solid, like, rock solid crystal clear 10 inches.
Mm-hmm.
That was fucking minty. And I mean, the fact that we this is about that time where we hit that fucking 2 week 70-degree.
Make better content, lil bro.
Who's that?
I have no idea. But because the expedition's up at Dave's.
Oh, that was yours?
Yeah.
Seen it there.
So that'll be the... Well, I'm hoping we get the gray... Figure out what's wrong with the gray truck, because that'll be the perfect winter rig.
Gray truck. Oh, yeah.
Because you said the other one ain't worth the shit.
I'm just going to use that as...
Barracan asks, what time is your mother coming over Lane Peace?
So...
I'm going to go talk to Mark, tell him to give me that new battery he got for it. Otherwise, I'm going to go rip mine out of that Sable.
Yeah, because I'd like to use that gray truck as my ice fishing rig.
You want the topper?
No, well, yeah. It'd be nice to keep the snow off of shit.
Well, I picked up a topper, and I thought I was going to work on Grandpa's short box.
Long box topper. Yeah, that'll work fine, because then
It's actually a really nice one, too.
Well, the thing is it's like when I like that way I can keep like the auger back there.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about having it in here, and then I don't have to worry about it getting full of snow either.
Yeah.
And then I can keep gas cans back there and. Oh, there it is. Can't forget my generator pad.
Yeah, because Mark said he fried the solenoid in it or something.
Again?
Or whatever it was. Where it needed a starter.
I'm wondering if the because that's got an ignition module in it. Because he kept turning it over.
Does it? That one's carbureted.
Oh, I might have the fucking Spark-O-Matic thing in it.
Lane Peace
Yeah,
says
that
at Barracan, haha, a mom joke, buddy, it's 2022 lil guy.
No, that one's carbureted.
So then I'd have the DuraSpark box in it. Probably just got to go through electronics. First, turn it over and see if it's getting spark.
Well, I know when we sold it to him, it had spark.
It ran fine, but then somebody decided they were going to fucking ramrod the piss out of it. But for around here, you know, for me running around, what I'm going to do is just throw a fucking diesel heater in it, so that way it just stays.
And it is an extended cab.
I'm going to put a diesel heater in it, so that way it stays warm all the time. I'm going to have all y'all with fucking diesel heaters in your vehicle. Like, you put one in the back of the burb when you take it to work. You literally just leave it run. When you come out, you don't even have to go out and start your vehicle anymore. You don't have to run out there in the middle of the fucking cold. All you got to do is make sure you got a battery in there, and you take one of them charger maintainer deals. When you get home at night, plug it in.
That runs off a battery?
Yep.
Really?
12 volt.
Did not know that.
Well, I mean, you can run it off the car battery too. I mean, it doesn't have that much of a draw where it's going to kill your battery overnight as long as you got a good battery in your vehicle.
Yeah.
But like when you go to work and shit,
Yeah.
yeah, I do it in the van all the time. Like if I know I'm going to take the van the next morning. put that
Boss
fucker on
Lady
60
says
degrees
at
now.
Lane Peace, I would watch yourself. He's the main mod in here. He could make things very difficult for you.
Lane Peace. Well, why don't you donate some money? And I'll make all sorts of content. I can make better content. Fatty will go ice fishing with me tonight. We got equipment, but he's got a 460 big block, and that fucker's expensive to run.
Lane Peace says at Boss Lady Trucker Chad's wife, oh really?
Well, now that gas is $3.29 in Mitch, it's cheaper to run.
Lul.
Well, yeah, I just gotta get the...
Boss Lady says LMAO.
Oh, he got timed out already? Oh, you poor little shit stain. I'll have a talk with your mom when she stops by later.
Better make a sandwich for us.
Better make a sandwich.
Get that roast beef.
Oh, you got an antenna?
Cheers 101.
That's one of those indoor ones.
Like get TV channels?
Yeah. You just stick it in the window.
Big Daddy yells
Just hang
Boss
outside
Lady
with it.
Trucker Chad's wife just cheered 101 bits.
You're fired.
Daddy Shark says let think twice for a little bit. Him.
Got him! Got him!
Patty has been heard over
American
the sound
says she
alerts.
can't make a
Oh my
sandwich.
God.
She will be the sandwich meat. You two will be the bread law.
At 63 degrees in here already.
Yeah, I'm at 1.5.
Big Daddy yells Boss Lady
Yeah, that was the
Trucker
best
Chad's
lights ever.
wife just cheered 103 bits.
Just listen, it gets better.
And I think I understood. Oh yes, you're butt. You're really butt. A little butt. Like a little baby with diaper rash. You kick and cry and scream.
Wow.
Oh, hey, man, there's all sorts of shit on there now.
Is that for somebody when they want to be a dink or what?
Well, that's what happens when you get timed out or banned. People play songs.
Did you put the ban on him?
No, I don't have to. I get good mods.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. They're like family to me, man. They watch out for everything because they know this is how I make a living.
Huh.
Nobody
Wow.
gets away with shit here.
So when somebody says something stupid,
Yep. Oh, wait, that's to me.
uh-oh. What does she want?
Asked me if I want anything from town. I'm just gonna put Whopper.
So, alright.
No. You actually gonna have time to do some fishing outside of the weekends this year? Well, it'd be nice since you guys aren't on mandatory overtime every fucking weekend. You'll actually be able to spend 3 days out there instead of take time off.
Yeah. Oh, as long as that fool keeps on their shit, yeah. No.
Daddy Shark says he calls us all assholes, but he counts on us to deal with the asshats.
Yep. It's my merry band of assholes. Yeah, because it doesn't sound like Jason's going to get out a whole lot this year.
Yeah, he said he bid on some jobs and like he's gonna be running.
He said whenever he's got time off, he's just going to pull out. So, I don't know. So, you want to go to Togger first?
Boss Lady says I don't mind being an asshole.
Don't mind the part by the access.
No, it's just like the one over by your mom's lake there.
No, fucking Tyler.
Drove on it?
Yeah, dropped his front end on.
Why does he do that?
Because it's Tyler. So I went there yesterday. I seen where he dropped. He got out, his rear tires just touched the ice, and all of a sudden, boom. But since the Kasota and all that wasn't flowing through, a lot of it froze solid right away.
I'm just hoping it don't freeze out.
Yeah.
That's where its aeration comes from.
Well, Gondo was even solid.
Yeah, they were fishing out there. People were hitting wallies out there.
Yeah, we walked out there too.
Well, what are you doing tomorrow?
Like I said, I was just going to get the shit cleaned up outside my house.
Well, then swing, because I doubt he'll have my van done tomorrow. I mean, you know he goes on Saturdays, but...
And then I was going to swing out here and drop the welders off.
Well, then we'll fucking hop in whatever beat skeeter you bring out here, and we'll fucking head to the lakes with the scout bit, throw it in the drill. We can get a fucking exact measurement so we know what we're on.
Well,
do like we did last year.
Attempted to walk on Norway. That one just froze over.
It's been locked up for a week, but it's just been...
The big part just got...
Oh, it was locked up when I was out there on Monday.
Yeah, but my mom said it just locked up.
Did you go see the fucking shoreline on Games?
Yes. Holy shit.
Is that not fucked or what?
That's going to be sketchy.
Well, I think what... You got a chainsaw? Well, I got a chainsaw that runs right now. We can go over there and fucking cut a bunch of that down before it freezes even worse.
Yeah, that looked pretty choppy.
Yeah, we can go over and cut a bunch of that off. Cut holes, flood it over.
As you can tell, it definitely melted. Pushed all that shit up.
Well, see, Youngin went out past that and punched a hole in the scout bit, and that whole fucking deal started cracking and breaking. I'm almost wondering if we shouldn't bring Fat Bastard and fucking just crush it. You know what I mean? Drive on top of it a little bit, let it fucking break through, and then just... Or, the other thing we can do is, well, take the chainsaw, cut chunks out of it, and throw the fucking chunks out of there, so at least the drive on, open that back up, because it'll freeze right back up.
Yeah.
But at least we can get all that shit out of there. Right now would be the time to do it.
Yeah, because I went to the other access the same way.
Yep. Yeah, because after you asked me, I went back over there and looked, and it was all just fucked.
Yeah, because I stopped there right after Bailey's grandparents, since it was on the way.
How'd they do over the summer in Norway? I didn't hear a whole lot of fish coming off of there.
I didn't either, but I'm only going to be bringing it out there for basically the little tournament.
Go out there for the weekend and then pull off after?
Yeah, go somewhere close to home.
Go over on my lake over here?
Yeah.
Hit like I was hitting?
Try out corn this year. But I'd like to go back to Games if that was true. If I just had to move in a little bit more, hit the walleyes.
Yeah, but we were way in further than you were, and we
had to go in further.
We were only in 9 feet of water.
Told me as long as I was under 8 feet, you were good.
I don't try it out. I mean, if you want, we'll go start over on the middle section again. Go start there. We'll hit that early on, see if we can hit some of them football perch.
Yeah, that's if the Northerns aren't fucking scaring them away.
Well, that's what you want them to do, because they chase them around. They don't get to be stagnant around there. But it's only good for the first couple of weeks, and then after that, you got to get off of there. And as long as we get that entryway cut open for games, we'll go try that. But we're gonna have to go, because it's not gonna thaw out enough unless we cut it out. And ain't nobody else gonna do it. That fucking park ranger that lives on site and sees about as worthless as tits on a boar.
Seeker Turtle says, do you like black people or white people more? I like white people more, but just my opinion, I'm a pansexual. Pansexual.
Why does color gotta matter? That's what I mean. People get on here to get a rise out of somebody, and this is the bad part about what I do for a living, because you just get absolute fucking idiots. I mean, seriously. your faith in the intelligent and the
John
generation
says you're an
coming-
idiot.
The intelligence of the people coming up in this world makes me wish we would get rid of every piece of safety gear ever created. Let stupid weed itself out.
No shit. No shit.
See, this is like perfect temperature out on the lake. 65 degrees. Fucking minty. Sitting here in a t-shirt, no shoes on.
Bring back lawn darts.
Yeah. Lawn darts. Get rid of the helmets for bicycles.
Boss lady yells, must be troll night. Bring it, trolls.
I'm serious. I mean, get rid of the helmets, get rid of the pads, get rid of, bring back three-wheelers in full force.
Yeah, those are fun.
I might be taking Ron to the Honda for me this summer for a little while. I just thought about that.
John says I grew up with shit that could kill you.
So did I. Rode around in the back of a pickup truck as a kid. No seat belts, no none of that shit. Hell, our car seats weren't even car seats. They were booster seats so the kids could see out the window and shut the front door.
Yep. That's what I had.
Some guy over there by the post office.
Oh,
Jeep with no exhaust.
Hell yay.
Hell yay.
Yeah, so it's just... Yeah, if you're not doing anything tomorrow, you want to go
Your
Scout Lakes.
seatbelt was your mother's arm.
Yep. She'd hit the brakes and be like this. And then it was always, you had to sit up, if we were going for a distance ride, you had to sit up against the cab of the truck. That way if it rolled over, you'd get dumped out and be okay. Hell, now if you ain't got a roll bar and a seat belt and seats in there.
Found a stud. Not a stud. Found a stud. Not a stud.
Yeah. I was trying to keep the windows
God,
in there
I
for
miss the
nostalgia
old
things,
days.
but I think I'm going to replace them all.
You don't want to pull a Shane and bunch them out with bare hands?
Well, yeah.
So you can get an infection?
Or maybe I'll just let you tote my fish house around a little bit. You're pretty good at knocking windows out.
Oh, well, let me load the plow up first.
You had one job.
You had one job. Hello. Alright, I'll give you a shout tomorrow.
Are you jelly, bro? Are you jelly? My.
Well, I'm kind of jelly of these.
Harbor Freight, man, $40.
Really?
Love those things. I run them in the van. I got them in here.
What? And they're just... Oh, they're off.
You just plug them in.
Yeah. I'm saying, like... Couldn't I hook it up to a battery?
Well, if you had a power inverter, you can get a small power inverter.
So when I walk in, I can just go...
Yeah.
Without using a generator?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm doing in here.
How much are power inverters?
You can get their cheap ones for... You can get the nice ones for like $300. I don't have any more left, or otherwise I'd give you one.
Well...
Oh, I still gotta put my fridge in here. Oh, yeah. King Shack, baby. Don't be jelly, bro.
Well, at least I'm not going to pull a Tyler and fall out of your fish house. God, I can't believe he did that.
I couldn't either. I am taking the step off, though. I'm just going to use the wooden one this year.
Yeah.
I'm going to take that step off. Hey, you got any like long strips of heavy rubber matting. I want to put like just a rubber skirt, you know, hang it down.
Yeah, I got a full grandpa what's in the back of there.
You got enough to go all the way around this bitch?
I don't know about all the way around. You want to go all the way around?
Yeah, I mean even if I only cut 6-8 inches strips and go around, I don't want it right down to the ground, but it'll make it easier to bank this up. I don't want to make such big banks.
Let me run to my grandma's because I gotta get my mom's trailer from there. Grandpa had a big roll of like that flooring rubber.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm looking for.
I don't know if it's gonna be enough to wrap around, but wrap around half of it.
Well, anything counts.
Okay. Well, I'll check it.
All right, brother. Thank you.
I will call you tomorrow.
10 for rubber ducky.
All right, have fun with your trolls.
Oh yeah, we like trolls.
Smack them around a bit.
My neighbors are probably very happy I don't own that truck anymore.
I don't hear a thing wrong with it.
No. I used to work second shift. When you fire that truck up and you're coming home at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, my 03 was a lot louder than that. Yeah, this is minty as fuck in here right now. It's 67 degrees in here. The heater's running on 1. So now
If I had the money, I always wanting to get a bus to modify and make it my own. Rotax says next week is looking much colder.
yes, it is. Tuesday night, she's gonna get freaking minty. I just took on a part-time cooking job in the wintertime.
Single digit lows. Let's go.
Hell yeah. I'll be checking lakes daily.
John says we are still waiting for snow up here. Rotax says it's too soft this weekend. I doubt I will try to ice fish. Barracan says it's been -8 all day. Rotax says checked a few lakes today. They were not even completely frozen.
We've only got one lake out here that's not complete yet. But I haven't gone out to look. So far, the cold weather, today is probably the warmest day we've had. And it was 45 degrees, 44 degrees today. So as long as the cold outruns what it did today.
My home lake, not frozen. Too windy and now warm.
It's been pretty good out here. So far, the cold has outran the warm weather. So, if I can get enough to cover the bills this month and then that part-time job next month, we should be doing pretty good. Really close. It doesn't pay everything off, but it keeps me streaming another month. And then the part-time job I'll use to pay off the overhead. And then I can just run tow trucks part-time on bad weather days. I can go in and tell the tow company I can just be on call.
Guided Fishin' asks, did you come up with the $8,000 you were short?
No. So what I'm doing, guided fishing, is what I'm going to do is if I can make the money to make sure that I make the normal payments this month, I can take on a part-time job. I just took on a part-time cooking job. I like to cook, and I got a pretty good reputation around here for cooking. And then I can go into the tow companies and tell them that I'll be, they don't have to hire me on full time, they can just bring me on call for bad weather. And that'll be enough I can use that to compensate the debt. I don't want to go into something full time if I don't have to. I think we'd be alright. Just got to keep plugging away at what we're doing. We got a $300 donation yesterday. Got another $150 today. Got a few dollars worth of bits and subs. So every little bit adds up.
Weatherman says, oh nice Minty. Ron. Guided Fishin' says that is great news.
We're close. We're close. We need like $1,700 in a few days. And I've seen...
Daddy Shark says evening Billy.
I've seen miracles happen on this channel.
Weatherman says, hey Daddy Shark.
I've seen miracles happen on here, so I'm counting on them. I got faith.
Boss Lady says, hey Weatherman. John says, I am broke ATM myself. Weatherman says, hey bossy biatch.
Yeah, I'm not...
Daddy Shark says LMAO. Boss Lady says LMAO.
I am not deterred in the least right now, so I'm not tapping out. Not when we're this close. Am I going to get everything paid off? No, but the nice thing about ice fishing is I don't have to incur, outside of propane, And now that I got 100-pound cylinders, it's cheaper to get 100-pounders filled than it is getting 40-pounders filled. So I've got 2 100-pound cylinders. And then I just keep chipping away. Work these couple of part-time gigs, and I can use that to chip away at the overhead over this from the past 8-9 months, and we're good to go all next summer. As long as we keep doing what we've been doing. You know, one of the things that helped out a lot was starting to stay more stationary, setting up base camps and staying more stationary. It sucks for the stream view, you know, when people are used to you moving around all the time, but at the same point in time, having a base camp, and then we'll have I'll have a 4-wheeler for next summer to go do some exploring, drag logs up to the campsite, and then I think doing the inside of the van, my hope is to be able to drag this up in the spring so I can leave the van completely gutted out, drag this up in the spring, and basically set up a base camp and start building out the van so that when we do get to travel, we can. I can use this in the spring and the fall and run the van in the summer. I gotta go outside and take a leak. I'll be right back.
Barrican asks, does the mining lakes freeze over?
Yes, but you gotta be really careful. They're spring fed.
Rotax says, I am sure they froze.
From what the locals tell me up there, they're you just got to be really careful walking out on the lakes. You got to check continually where you're walking up there because of.
Maybe I'd go check them this weekend.
It'd actually be a good weekend to go check because then you can see where the springs are coming out.
I spud my way this time of year, no questions.
Oh. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the.
I was on 2 inches, takes 1 pop to break.
Yeah, I've got my spud bar, but that Jiffy Scout bit's been pretty slick. I like that. It doesn't cost a lot of excess percussion on.
Does that a few times I am off that.
That Scout bit, I really like that setup. Like tomorrow, just going out to Scout Lakes. If he decides he doesn't want to go, then I'll probably just borrow the wife's car. Go out, scout some lakes, check them out. That's the nice thing about that Scout bit, man. Just a drill in that big old bit, and I can walk out there with my ice cleats on and. Nice thing is I can actually see the clarity of the ice with it too. It'll be nice for other reasons too, because like if I'm taking the Vexlar out or the Humminbird or whatever, and I'm going out and I'm scouting holes, or if I want to drop the underwater camera down and just grab a look, I'm not burning out my auger doing it. Did that a couple of times last year, scouting holes, running around, and then I ended up having to use Jason's auger a couple of times to drill holes. So that'll save me a lot from doing that, because I have the drill in here anyways. Like even Green Lake, when I fish that one, there's spots that you got to check. You can tell it's been warm outside. That fucking heater is going full throttle. It's not kicking on very much, but hell, it's 70 degrees, 69 degrees in here already. Seen a guy, there's a hack on YouTube with these heaters, that a guy took the thermostat wire out of the back of it. He's got a bigger fish house. He's somewhere up in northern Wisconsin. He took the thermostat wire out of it and he rerouted the thermostat all the way to the back side of his fish house. I think once we get this insulated out next year, though, I think that diesel heater is probably going to do more than enough for this. And at $200 a crack, if I can run it for the winter and only have to clean it out once in a while, just hang on to some drain oil, I think I'm going to do that, run a 50-50 mix. Right now, propane is the cheapest way to heat this. Diesel scares me right at the moment, because there's a projection that if they don't get the diesel shit figured out, that it could hit as much as $9 to $10 a gallon. And right now I know the trucking industry is hurting really bad right now. There's a lot of drivers I know that are just sitting because they can't get loads. The loads that are out there aren't paying anything, and I mean, some of them aren't even covering the cost of fuel, and it's like, how do you expect a truck to do this? And yeah, I got truck driver friends that are owner operators that are been hurting quite a bit lately. But that's a lot of it also is because the current president of the United States has promised to, and all these plans to pay for all this different types of shipping and all these different components, so everybody's just kind of slowing way the hell down. You know, they're not doing anything for the drivers themselves, but the companies that a lot of these drivers rely on. They're promising to do stuff, so the companies are just holding out until it happens. If it happens. Gotta have let this in.
Big Daddy yells boss lady trucker Chad's wife just cheered 80 bits.
I'm so looking forward to getting out on frozen water again. If the van wasn't down today, I'd have been out. Or if we'd had it back today, I'd have been out.
Rotax says me to. Just enjoy walking on it, checking it even.
Yeah. Well, we had to go and we went and checked out some Black Friday deals for stuff that we need for the house. You know, you always got to go check that stuff out. And,
It calms me, IDKY.
I don't know either. Doing that grandpa shuffle across the ice and checking it out, just something about it. I get excited about it every year.
It makes others nervous, ha.
Yeah, out in the Dakotas already, they've had people going through. Out in North and South Dakota have had people going through the ice already, trying to drive on it. My buddy at one of the tow companies was showing, because when you've been into tow trucks, man, everybody talks to everybody. We may be...
I sure miss living on the lake come winter when everyone hides inside.
Yep.
The tourists leave.
Well, that's why I wanted this fish house, because I want to park this thing on a night bite, and during the day, have the four-wheeler. Take the four-wheeler, I can put this thing down on low, take the four-wheeler and the sled, and go head out. You know, if we got to head out to a completely different lake, we can do that. I want to put this thing on a night bite, and go from there. I'll be the only one of my friends that'll be out this year, probably every day. God willing, the creek don't rise. I'm really curious as to how long one of these 100-pounders will last on here, because they say if you run bigger cylinders on these heaters, they burn more efficiently, and I don't know how exactly that works, but because these are technically porch heaters. A lot of people mount these up in their walkways or their entryways, or, you know, like out in the farms, we use them in the mud rooms or the Danish entries or whatever. We use that to keep those heated up. But when you're buying it in 100-pound bulk.
My cousin uses one for backup heat in his house instead of the wood stove.
Yeah, and I mean, I like the vented heaters. I've had them in the past, but they just, for me, they just don't seem to, like this thing. I turn this heater up, and in a matter of 10 minutes, I'm at a comfortable temperature in here. You know, and it's like, I think the other thing that I like is that I don't have to hear or I can actually see this one working. And I like the fact that even if the pilot light thing doesn't work, I can just wrap up a, you know, paper towel and light the paper towel and stick it in there and light it. Thought about getting a big forced air furnace in here, and it's like, well, not a big one, but one big enough to warm this thing. But it's like, I don't want to add a whole lot of permanent stuff to this until I know exactly what we're doing, because I do want to build a kitchenette set up in here. I do want to have a drop down bunk, so that way if I have somebody coming out and stay with me, like my son, or, you know, somebody decides they come from out of town and want a place to sleep, you know, I want to put like the bunks that you got in your, the bunks that you run in yours, that fold down bunk. That way somebody's got a comfortable place to sleep. And then I think I'm going to mount the diesel heater will be mounted down at that end too when I put another one in here. The diesel heater is just nice because it's like, well, it's like now sitting in here like this. When it's a nice day like this, that thing is stupid efficient. Like stupid efficient. I can run that heater all day, and you know, on a day like today where it was 40 degrees outside, it's still currently 40 degrees out, you know, but on a day like today, even out on the lake, when it's a nice day like this, I can shut the propane heat off, I can run that diesel heater, and I can go 24 hours.
I want to build a simple lighter weight folding bed in the fishing camper.
Best bet's probably going to be aluminum. And build it like a prison bed.
$250 wall bracket in my bigger trailer for the bed.
I don't know, I like the idea you had earlier where you're going to take the big one and use that as your...
Yeah, I had the materials, but used them on another project.
I liked your idea of using the bigger one for your home lake shack and then using the smaller one for traveling.
Right.
I think that's what I'm going to try and work on next year, because I've got access to a drop axle frame. A buddy of mine said I could have. He started building a drop axle house, but it's just going to be a small one. It's designed for a 6.5 by, I think it's 6.5 by 12 with the V, and then he built the frame, never did anything with it. It's been sitting in his yard for 2 years now. The frame's built, the drop axle's on it, everything's on it. It's just, it needs something built on top of it. And I'm like, well, that'd be a nice little portable rig. So I decided I'm going to go meet up with somebody. But this thing isn't bad to pull. It's just, once I get the axles, and like I said, the ultimate goal for this is going to be, you know, I am putting a rooftop AC in this. Once the walls are done in it, you know, this is going to be my rig. I'll have the rod racks in here for hauling my fishing gear with. This is going to be the rig. I actually really like this thing, and I think it's just because I've got a lot of time in it. I like the open floor space in it. You know, I'm going to put some overhead storage right here. I'm going to replace the windows. I was kind of fighting replacing the windows, but I'm going to replace the windows with something that's got some R value to them. And then, yeah, I mean, like in the spring and fall, stuff like that, when I don't need the AC, I prefer to sleep with the windows open. So, I'm going to take once the walls are done and we actually put proper electrical in here, I'm going to mount a generator on the front rack. I'm going to kind of base everything around a Honda 3000. I think is kind of where I'm going to be at. And then with the solar, I'm going to run solar on here, just, you know, if there's areas that it'll work and it'll run off the battery, so be it. If not, I'll have the generator. But it'll be a nice unit to where I can go, because I really want to do a bus. I want to do an overlanding bus, but I know it's going to take some, that's going to take some serious time. That's really where my heart's at, is doing an overlanding bus, something with a toy hauler on the back of it. Oh, wife's home. Looks like we're going in the house. Because dinner's here. So this is one thing I cannot stress enough when you're leaving your fish house.
John asks doghouse?
Nope. So this is something I cannot stress enough to people. That's the other thing I miss about the diesel heater. I didn't have to quite be so adamant about this. But whenever messing with propane, a lot of you guys know this. See this valve up here? Don't turn it off there and walk away from it. Turn it off here. Okay? Oh, well, I didn't realize you were doing delivery. I was going to come in the house. No, I'm good. I'll sit out here and I guess I get delivery. Uber Eats does work. But always turn it off at the valve in the propane cylinder. That way it bleeds out the line, it bleeds out the entire system. Works for me. I cannot stress that out enough. We had a really shitty lunch today. onions. Fully charged.
Rotax says enjoy the Whopper Plopper.
Well, right now on the app, they're 2 for $1.
I had Thanksgiving dinner again. I am stuffed.
We went to Dash Life's place with his family, and we went to a buffet. Went to a buffet, and it was pretty good. I mean, they said it was back compared to years before, but I thought it was pretty good.
Gaza 2022 says, hey, how's it going?
It's going good. Getting excited about hard water.
Rotax says Smashburger and Fargo ruined Whoppers for me.
Well, Whataburger ruined fast food for me around here, period. Like, if I go down south and I get into a Whataburger, yeah.
Smoking hot juicy burger patties. Never had their burgers, so I got a double classic. It was a mess, lol, so good.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I would say was probably... I mean, Whataburger is kind of like my... I think I keep saying I wish they had one here, but I'm kind of glad they don't because I'd probably ruin it for myself. I'm one of them guys that if something's really good and I like it, I'll go there until I don't like it. That makes sense. You know, like I'm glad Al's Oasis is so far away from us. Because I would literally eat there all the time. You know, even when we're all camping out there, I have to kind of, you know, limit myself.
John says, yay, the bar I work for is a distance away but has great good food.
Al's Oasis in South Dakota has got amazing food. I've yet to eat anything there that is bad. The biscuits and gravy is phenomenal. Their country fried steak was phenomenal. Yeah, really, really, really good, and for a very reasonable price. The problem we have in this area, see, when I go to a job and I cook, like, a friend of mine was the manager at the local Hardee's here. She doesn't live in this area anymore. But a friend of mine was a manager at the local Hardee's here. And they needed a morning cook. Somebody who could do gravy, somebody who could do roasts, you know, be able to cook roasts and do that stuff and actually give a shit about it, you know, because they prided themselves on that. Because, like, all the roast beef sandwiches and stuff you get there, all that stuff starts in the morning. All of it. All the gravy, everything, all that stuff at Hardee's starts in the morning. And then be able to handle the breakfast orders too. You know. And one of the things that I started showing them, I said, well, like, I get the sandwich eggs and stuff, you know, everybody microwaves their sandwiches, does whatever. But I said, what if we started doing little things like making the eggs fresh to order? Like, a lot of your eggs are eggs in a carton, dumped out, but there are certain things, you know, that are done that they actually crack eggs and put them out there. And one of the things that they were doing is they were cracking the eggs and they were making a fried egg and they were putting it, you know, and storing them in a warming table. And I said, let's not do that. Let's make them fresh to order. And changing up a few things, you know, and that was one of the reasons that they brought me in there, that even the owner came in and said, you know, our breakfast sales have doubled since you've been here. I said, it's because I take pride. It doesn't matter. If I've got to put, even though it's your name on it, but people know I'm back here, they can see me running, you know, the griddles and running the ovens and things like that. I take pride in that. And the thing that we don't have, you know, we just don't have that anymore. Nowadays, it's like everybody's too worried about hurry up and getting this task done so that way they can get on their phone. Go hide somewhere and get on their phone. Well, if I hurry up and get this in there, then I got like 10 minutes I can go stare at my phone. And I never did that. You know, I don't know what it is. It's just me. I don't give a shit if you're cooking a ramen noodle, man. Take some pride in it.
We need people to pride their work.
You know, and just like when I got called, they asked if I wanted to do this part-time cooking job. I'm like, yeah, I do. It's a small place, which means I'll get to do my thing. I won't have to follow a standard pro quo of menu options. I'll be able to stamp my name on something and people will get to enjoy it. You know? And the place generally has good food. Generally has really, really good food. And these are the types of places they'll be like, well, what do you want to cook? Or what do you want to do for a special? And I get a little bit of creative freedom. You know, one of the things that I specialize really well in is the Juicy Lucy. I'm very good at it. And I do them of all different types. I do the chili ones, I do the macaroni and cheese ones, I do the garden ones, you know, where they're just loaded up full of vegetables, and I've never had a complaint. My mother-in-law, matter of fact, special requests that I do them. Especially when she comes out here. If she's coming out here, I have to be ready to make them. You know, and it's just simple stuff like the way you cook bacon. Like you go to a restaurant a lot of times and they're so worried about getting the bacon done that they've got the griddles turned up
Oh,
on high.
I seen the Juicy Lucy on Triple D and it was good looking.
I've done them here on stream.
Jim Alley says I love Juicy Lucy S.
Yeah, I'm very adamant. You know, I've tried the Juicy Lucy presses. I don't like them. I still do mine by hand. You know, mine are on average about a pound of beef a piece. Just because I like to make sure that they got a lot of fixings in them. And I don't like them to leak. So you got to cook them at a really, really slow temp. You know, one of the other things that I found at a lot of places, like when I like making commercials, everybody loves a beef commercial, beef or turkey. So if you're going to do a commercial, take the time to do your gravy right. One of the things that I find really bad in most commercial gravies is it's just too fucking salty. You know, I love a good commercial, but a lot of places I've been to lately, they ruin the fucking gravy by putting a shit ton of salt in it. It's like, you don't need all that. I'd rather send it out saltless and have them put salt in it. Have them add their own salt and pepper instead of me trying to doctor it up to the way I like. Because there's, like, I got a neighbor. He likes to add a little food with his salt. That's fine. You got those people that are compulsively going to add salt to shit no matter what. You know, they don't even try the food. The first thing you do is grab the salt and pepper. I'm not that way. But, like gravy, one of my issues with gravy is I'm not a real heavy salt eater when it comes to that stuff. I can taste when there's a lot of salt in something. And it doesn't take much to make gravy. Kicked the heater down a half a notch. It was 72 degrees in here. That was a big kaboom. I bet you that semi blew a tire. To each their own.
John says the one meal I love the most is beef stroganoff.
I like it if it's done right. And then you gotta decide if you like it, if you like the beef ground or if you like it chunked. I prefer it ground.
I do it with steak tips. Rotax says at NH Captain that gets cold too fast. You gotta woof it down.
Oil cheese. Not even real cheese.
John says at Rotax 670 I usually do woof it down law.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is it's... You know, this may sound funny, but one of the things that I really pride myself
Rotax says I don't like hot food cold, like that Whopper lol.
One of the things I really pride myself in is you know, chef salads. I think chef salads have got to be done a certain way. They need to be done with spinach and not lettuce. The sad part is I can buy 2 of these Whoppers cheaper than I can make them. It'd be different if my son was living here and my daughter was here and me and the wife. Yeah. One thing I am going to make tomorrow that you guys will get to see is I'm going to make a bacon burger nacho mix. I'm going to smoke the hamburger meat on the Pit Boss and then do the bacon on the Pit Boss. Get a good smoke flavor in it, and then add taco seasoning to it. I like to cook, man, as long as I got decent stuff to cook. I want to get into baking. I have never really gotten into baking. So I'm going to be like scouring around. I want to learn to bake stuff. Like I used to bake my own bread years ago. I like that. I used to like doing. I used to drive my girlfriend nuts at the time because every couple of days I come home, sometimes every day. Because I used to eat a lot of bread back then, especially when it was homemade. There's nothing better than bread when it first comes out of the oven. It's nice and warm, and you throw some butter on it. Yeah. Grilled cheese. Grilled cheese sandwiches on homemade bread. Off the chain. I'd like to get into doing more baking. I've kind of taken it for granted. I haven't had to bake a whole lot around here because my neighbors, I've got 2 neighbors right here that love to bake, and they bake all the time. I think I can do tomorrow, start loading some ice fishing gear in here. Well, maybe not, because we might be out in the portable.
Journey Started says that looks more comfortable than the portable. Unfortunately, it uses more gas to heat.
Well, yes, it does. This is much more comfortable than the portable. But the thing is I live on the ice. This is the first year I'm kind of worried about not being able to be on the ice. So this is literally my home on the hard water. I live in here. I eat in here. I go home long enough to change and shower and have dinner with my wife. And that's not every night. You know, like on the nights where she's working, I just stay out there. But this is legitimately my jam. This is usually what I work all year towards. Because even when I was tournament fishing and I was doing a lot of the summer fishing stuff, this is where I came to relax. Because I would just drop a rattle reel in and just do me. I could sit out here, watch TV, relax, you know. I didn't even really start hooking up the underwater camera on the TV until I started streaming, because I'd sit here and I like watching Ion TV. You know, that's when I catch up on all my NYPD Blues and CSIs and all that stuff. That's, you know, and people are just like, oh my God, you're watching TV and you're streaming. And it's like, well, I come out here to relax, man. I bring you guys into something that's sacred to me. I don't do this for the views. I don't do it for the money. I do this because I absolutely enjoy this. I love doing this. If I could live on the lake all year round and do
And
that.
Baseball 2 says I am watching you and grumpy old men.
Putts! Moron. Oh, look. My ice shelter tag from last year. They tried making me get this replaced because the water from my window and the sun fade. And I said, no, you guys should just put it on better paper. Well, it's not properly displayed. It's not my problem. You issued them. You require them, you issue them, and because you don't issue a proper one, not my problem. Well, it's only $1. I don't give a flying flip what it is. And honestly, the station that I go to, the bait shop that I go to, they wouldn't even charge me for a reprint. They just don't. It's just the principle of the matter. The fact that I have to pay $28 to park this on a lake. For what? And technically, if I wanted to pull it on and off with me every time, I don't even have to have that. But I don't do that. Could. Just a pain in the ass. But I know guys that do it. Water. I need a water. I'm gonna have to put D-rings here. Hold the tanks in place. I'm going to have to do that. The other thing is like I'll have people tell me they get cold in their fish houses, even though it's like 70, 75 degrees in there. I said, get up and walk around. Get the blood percolating again. Get blood flowing. Gotta find my other shorty extension cord like that. Coffee maker in here.
Versus Ford versus Dodge. Or get
How long have you been?
Well, Young's got some fish.
When is the right?
Wonder. Kind of want to pull these whole sleeves out tonight, but I'm pretty sure the bit that I need is in the van. Maybe. Pretty sure the bit that I need is in the van. I got catch covers in here now, but the issue that I have is with the catch covers and running the bucket sleeves down. They're not insulated, so I lose a lot of heat that way, and it doesn't keep the holes open very well. And if I widen these out, I want to do my best to keep the cooking stuff all from being up there. You know, if I need it, I can set it up back here on the shelf and then cook something. Mainly because I want to have those benches available if somebody decides they want to come in and hang out or sit down or whatever. So they're but also in part because I want my refrigerator up on one. Why a refrigerator? You're in a nice house. Yeah, you're right. But it never fails. Either it gets too hot, too warm on the lake, so when you put your cooler out there, everything inside the cooler just gets soggy, mushy, like frozen pizzas. Because I really don't need it. It was just nice to be able to store certain things in there, but if I just did a daily meal run, I'm going to try something this year, I think. I'm going to try I'm wondering what would happen if I simplified my setup. Just doing things like eating like canned soups or stews or things like that, because like I have a 2-burner cooktop in here, Blackstone, do like the one guy did on the lake that I met. He's got a shack with 2 holes in it on one side and then bench on the other side. Just comes out and fishes here and there. Comes out every day, but he had just this light little teeny tiny shack. Heated it with a lantern. Kerosene lantern was all he needed for heat. Used to have shacks like that. Used to have shacks like that. Used to love having those shacks. I think the shacks I miss the most are my skid houses. I don't know why. I think it's because that's what I started out in. Skid houses are kind of a pain in the ass now, but They're just nice because you can drag them around behind the snowmobile or drag them behind the three-wheeler. Or... The whole thing was getting them moving. Very minimum maintenance in those things too. I really want to try one of them ambush ones out and see how they... The only thing I don't miss is prying them fuckers out of the ice. Get them banked in so well in the heat, they start melting in. Like this, if you get a bunch of snow and it starts thawing out and it freezes, all you gotta do with this is, and all we, like last year, we had a warm shot for a few days, so we had a bunch of water on the lake and it was gonna freeze, so I just let a bunch of air out of the tires. Then as soon as it froze in, or when we went to move it and it was froze, all I do is air the tires up, just pops the ice right around it, pink, 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 pink. Drive it out.
Rogue Heron says, howdy Ron.
Rogue, what's happening?
Just had *****. You doing?
Just sitting in the redneck ice castle dreaming. Wishing it was hard water season. I got everything I need to go out. And I can literally pull out on the ice. All I gotta get is the registration yet. I haven't gotten to get that. And the ice. We're about 2 to 3 inches away from pulling this out. I do need to pull it over the scale though. That I do need to do. I know I've added a few things to it. I need to get all my gear in here and put this on a scale and see what it weighs now. Because I added more stuff in here than was in here last year. Last year was pretty bare bones.
Yep, she's getting closer.
I like to scale my fish houses every year.
How's Lolly doing?
She's doing good.
Glad to hear. Yep, you staying out of trouble.
Oh, yeah. I'm just, the first lake I normally hit was so damn close, we were finding spots at 6 inches. But where I need to cross over is only 3. So, and I'm pretty sure it's back up to 5-6 inches on the other side, but I'm not pulling. I need to get this weighed. I need to get all the gear in here. That's what we need to do tomorrow before I get too rammy with portable fishing. Is I need to get all the rest of the gear in here, the Vexilars, the augers. When you weigh your fish house, you gotta weigh it with everything in it. Plain and simple. You gotta weigh it with everything in it. So,
Big Daddy yells, not a Hewitt, just follow the channel.
thank you for the follow. So, I've got to, I definitely got to get this over a scale, because I've added 200-pound cylinders in this.
John says weigh it at its worst, so you're safe.
Yep. Last year I kind of guesstimated, but I've added the 200-pound cylinders. I added the extra heater, added the shelving, got the...
Not a Hewitt says hello.
Thanks for coming in. We're just hanging out in my fish house at the moment, waiting for water to get thick enough to put it out. I really want to stress test one of these 100-pound cylinders. See how long it goes. But I really won't know until I'm on the lake, because being here in my yard and being on the lake are two totally different scenarios.
John says I bet the dream scenario would be solar to help power it.
No. I mean, solar would help, but we get a lot of just gloomy days, man. And that's the thing. Solar panels are not the answer all. I mean, it's on shitty, gloomy days, they've got about a 30 to 40% efficiency rating. They're just not...
True.
And then the excess weight that you're adding to it with the minimal benefits, I don't know that it's worth it, to be honest with you. Figuring I'm going to need about 8 inches this year. 8 inches, pull this out with a 4-wheeler. With the added weight that I'm going to have in here.
Rogue Heron asks, have y'all had a chance to get out to throw a line recently?
No. The van's been broke. And that's the only thing we got big enough to haul my ice fishing gear. The day that I broke the brake
Not a
line.
Cuick says, I like your overalls.
Thank you. The day I was going to go get the trailer so I could get the 4-wheeler loaded on it and start getting my portable gear stuff on it.
Rogue Heron says, oh no.
So. So on one, we've been maintaining about 65 degrees in here with a 39 degrees outside.
Always something in this life.
I mean, it's just life, man. You drive a vehicle, it's going to break down. You're going to have issues with it.
Not a Cuick asks, what's your favorite color?
That's a tough one. I have honestly been thinking about that. That's really, really tough for me because I like red. I like blue. I'd have to say my die-hard favorite color is probably blaze orange. I don't know what it is about blaze orange, man, but blaze orange always just seems to tickle my fancy. It's one of them colors that I'm always attracted to have. You know, when I get stuff custom done, you know, there's always usually like a blaze orange accent to it.
Rogue Heron says orange is my favorite too.
Then I'd probably have to say red. And then probably blue. I don't know. I like a lot of different colors. It all depends on what it's for.
Nothing better than a blonde in an orange bikini four-wheelin' smiley face. Chat's quieter than a church mouse tonight.
Yeah. I'm trying to approve some designs here, but some stuff's off.
Rotax says I'm pulling staples from an ATV seat cover.
You working on that, huh?
Bought 2 power staplers, lol.
I burnt mine out last year. I forgot about that.
Rogue Heron says howdy Rotax. Rotax says hey.
Damn it. See, it's like holding it like a perfect 65 in here. It's really weird because previous to it didn't feel like that fan was really moving a whole lot of air in here. And I was actually really kind of disappointed, but now that I'm starting to...
Rogue Heron says, why don't you put some truck mutton on for us poor folks, ha ha ha.
Well, because I'm in the fish house. And where it's currently parked right now, I can't even pull the TV up if I wanted to. I'd have to hook it up to the four-wheeler and move it.
That's the truth.
Well, I just got word that a guy I know I know him, but we're not like, I wouldn't say we're acquaintances, if that makes sense. He was partying with some friends last weekend, and they were doing some kind of challenge or game or something, and he lost, and he got...
Big Daddy Yells Barracan just subscribed for 22 months in a row.
Damn, didn't even play your alert. You got jacked, homie. Well, thank you for the 22-month resub. That happened the other night, too. All of a sudden, I just quit playing alerts. Anyways, something had happened at some kind of contest, and then he went all out and went off the deep end, pulled out his gun, and shot himself through both temples. And he's been hanging on in ICU in St. Cloud, Minnesota ever since. And I just got word he may not make it through tonight.
Rogue Heron says, damn.
So if y'all are the praying type, if you could keep Brandon and his family in your prayers. I worked with him as a co-worker of mine at Bobcat, but even after I left, we talked through Snapchat quite a bit. So if y'all could keep him in your prayers, his family in your prayers.
You bet.
Yeah, that's it's crazy, man. I never pictured that dude doing that. I mean, he was a little always off kilter, but not like that kind of off kilter.
Jim Maui says 988 suicide and crisis lifeline hours, available 24 hours.
It was just, yeah, it was just literally the day before I was just talking to him on we were actually making fun of Fatty. Because he was dancing at work. We were literally just making fun of him. It was that Thursday before that, actually, because they didn't work Friday. But the Thursday night before that, we were actually just making fun of him. You know, and the thing is it's like, you never know what a person is going through. You know, you never truly know what a person is going through, and if they don't open up, you can't, you know, like in this situation, I can't feel bad about it. Because we were never on that level. He never opened up to me about personal problems. I mean, we bullshit about fishing or cars or whatever. You know, it's just, I never seen that happening. But, you know, at the same point in time, it's just wild, man.
Rogue Heron says, yep, God willing, he pulls through for him and his family.
That would be nothing short of a miracle, because from what I understand, the frontal lobe damage that he has, he would be a complete vegetable the rest of his life.
That's sad.
No. I had a good friend of mine committed suicide a couple of years back, and it's really, really hard for me to have sympathy. Even when and he was a good friend of mine who committed suicide, and it was hard for me.
Hate to see and hear that kind of stuff.
It's hard for me to have sympathy, and it's simply because of the fact that I've, you know, too many times in my life I've seen the damage after the fact. You know, when my buddy committed suicide, he left behind a wife, 2 daughters. You know, and it's but then I really had to start understanding mental illness as a whole, because when I thought of mental illness, you know, when I really thought of mental illness, I really believed that it was something as far as mind over matter. And I didn't get a true appreciation of it until I started understanding the seriousness of depression, how real it actually was, because I thought depression was more of an emotion than it was a disease. Depression isn't necessarily something that people choose. And, you know, serious clinical depression is very hard to treat. You know, and the fact that
Moose Man Inc. says hi, Rob.
Moose Man, what's happening?
Ops Ron.
Clinical depression, and it was really more so when I really started working with veterans. When I started working with veterans a lot, I began to realize how serious it was. You know, because
Just chillin'.
a lot of them in their everyday lives, you know, they were so used to being told every day what to do. They were told when to walk, when to eat, when to
B
sleep,
by
when to
Beluga
shit.
69 says Happy New Year's, Ron.
I kind of yeah, I mean, in all honesty, it took me a lot to understand it. You know, when I understood what true depression was and what fighting anxiety and depression, and it's never usually just depression standing alone. And really truly understanding the mindset of people who are depressed. You know, and unfortunately there's so many people that fake this disease to get attention. You know, they're not really...
Moose Man Inc. says depression sucks. It's a struggle for sure.
There's so many people out there that claim to be depressed and they're not really depressed, and unfortunately it affects the people who really are. The people who really are depressed, they don't get the help that they need. They don't know how to reach out, because then people, you know, people like me, I was guilty of it. I'd seen so many people saying how depressed they were and things like that. It's like, what are you depressed about? Explain it to me. Oh, my mom wouldn't give me this, or my dad wouldn't give me that, or my parents don't love me. And it's like, really? But deep-rooted depression, it's like a lot of these people feel like constant, utter failures no matter how far they succeed in life. No matter what they do in life. Like my buddy, the guy had worked his way up to being a really good mechanic, you know, and was living his dream job and things like that, and no matter what he tried or what he did, he couldn't get out of this mindset that he was continually failing, that he was failing everybody around him, and you know, even reaching out to me, and it's like I would talk to him, and you know, and we would shoot funny memes to each other, and even the morning that he committed suicide, you know, we just shot messages back and forth to each other. It was a daily thing. We'd find stupid memes and send them back and forth to each other, and just check on each other and share what we're doing. And it's like, and I knew he was fighting it really bad, but I didn't know what to do. You know, he was going to see doctors and things like that, and he's just like, I always feel like a failure. He's like, I'm always stressed out, and I got no reason to be stressed out. And I was hurt, and I was mad, and I was upset. And I think one of the things that really set me on the wrong path when it was understanding depression is because at 7 years old, my best friend, my grandpa Cleveland, at 7 years old, he committed suicide. At the time, I didn't understand that he had lived the life of a raging alcoholic. I didn't understand at that time in my life what it even meant to be an alcoholic, and he had suffered some brain trauma. And basically the medications he had to be on because of the trauma he had suffered, he couldn't drink with them. He couldn't function, he couldn't nothing. And basically he went out in the garage and, you know, sat in the car, closed the garage door, and he asphyxiated himself. And then a couple of years later, my Uncle Slugger, I don't know what led to that, but he sat in my Auntie Pat's house and put a double-barrel shotgun in his mouth and pulled the trigger. And then, you know, in my early 20s, a family friend of ours went and laid on the train tracks. Somebody I grew up around my whole life, was more of a friend of my parents, but I'd known him my whole life. Went and laid on the train tracks and let a train run him over. And then that same year, my cousin would get drunk and go lay out in the middle of the U.S. Highway 12 and get run over by a semi. I really hardened my heart towards that kind
My
of stuff.
dad, he drank antifreeze.
Yeah, and I'd hardened my heart towards this type of people because I'd seen all the after damage. You know, watching the stuff that my grandma had to go through and struggle and, you know, and then my Uncle Slugger and seeing the damage that it did to my whole family after that. It was really, really hard for me to soften my heart towards that kind of stuff because it's like, and I'll be honest with you, I used to say, my saying was 100%, if you committed suicide, you're a bitch. That you need to learn to face life. But then I had to understand depression. I did not understand, and I'll be honest with you, one of the things that really helped me understand deep-seated depression was my wife. Some people, in the way that they're wired, they have to have medication. And I'd seen, like me, I was misdiagnosed with bipolar disorder. And really what it was is I had an anxiety disorder. I'd had so much PTSD in my life that I was just cut, and it was worked as a trigger mechanism with having opposition defiance disorder. The PTSD and the opposition defiance disorder, they just melded together, and one would trigger the other, and it was just instantaneous. And my wife really helping me, and we lost, and it was a dear friend of hers, and he was a friend of mine. You know, the stuff that he went through really helped me understand and had a lot more sympathy towards people, because it's like the often thing that I understand about depression is that what we think isn't so bad is 200 times worse for them. You know, we might drop a plate on the ground and break it, and we're sorry that it happened, and you know, we say sorry and we clean it up and whatever. But for somebody who's like that, they drop a plate on the ground and they feel like they just ruined somebody's world.
Jackie says, hello, Mr. Ron.
Jackie, what's happening? Thank you again so much for yesterday. I appreciate that. That was a big move forward. We're just talking about depression and how I got to understanding what depression really is, and understanding how depressed people, what would drive
No
them to
problem,
suicide.
man.
We did get another $150 donation today, so you see if you check the title, it's changed. So we're getting closer. We're getting closer. The fight is on. But I truly understand it now. You know?
Listen, I have been down in the dumpos hardcore before.
Well, we're talking because a guy that I worked with at Bobcat, I worked with him for, you know, damn near a year over there at Bobcat, and talked to him daily. And then I talked to him quite a bit on Snapchat. Last Sunday, I had gotten a message that he was at a party doing some challenge and lost, and just instantaneously pulled his gun up and just pulled the trigger right and launched a bullet right through his temples. And he's been in intensive care ever since. And I just got word that he may not make it through the night. It's not looking real good for him right now. So
God damn.
Well, and I mean, it's somebody I talked to, but I didn't know a whole lot about him. I mean, whenever we talked, it was either making fun of Fatty or talking about things at Bobcat. You know, it'd be stuff like him saying, man, I wish you were working in this bay tonight because we'd actually get something done. And the guy was a hellaciously good welder. Damn good welder. You know, fast and good. And I was just talking to him last Thursday, the Thursday before it happened. He got Fatty on video dancing at work, and he sent it to me. And I started laughing my ass off, so I sent him a couple other pictures, and then all of a sudden Thursday or Saturday night or Sunday morning, I got the message of what had happened. So, yeah, it was insane. I mean, I'll be honest with you, when I looked at the payout for this month and where I was sitting at, I was really just in the shitter. I was just like, this is unbelievable. You know, this is my worst month since I started. And I was just like, and I started looking at what I had run up, and you know, there's always expected to start a business and doing this, and streaming is a business. I mean, you have to account it like a business when you're making a living from it. And I was just like, okay, what did I do here? And in all reality, I really just hit a low spot, and I'm just like, what did I do wrong? And then I had to realize the fact that you know, the economy is really, really tough. I just went through it. Went to go and buying groceries and things like that. I realize how expensive things are, and I realize it's really tight for people. You know, a lot of the people who normally contribute to this stream, it's like they're having a hard time right now. Money is extremely tight for them. The work hasn't been there for them and things like that, and I get that.
Mooseman Inc. says I don't tell many this, but when I was younger I tried to commit suicide. My best friend at the time found me before I did it. I was depressed because I was getting bullied. My stepdad would treat me so bad that I couldn't stand it. He called it hard love. To me, I was in my teens. But if it wasn't for my friend, I wouldn't be here today. Rogue Heron says it's tough right now.
Well, Moose Man, I'm glad you're still here with us. You know, I can't say I hadn't thought about it, you know. I can't say that I hadn't thought about it in some of the worst points in my life.
Jackie asks if it comes to it, could you do part-time job, part-time streaming?
I took on a part-time job today to pay off the overhead. If I can make this month's goals, if I can make what's left, I think it's like $1,550, I think is what we got to come up with yet. If I can make that up in the next few days before Twitch payout, and I've been pretty blessed because the bigger donations have been coming through PayPal, so I can just start paying stuff right now. So that's been a huge blessing right there. But as long as I can continue to do that, then I'm going to have a couple of part-time jobs. I took on a part-time job as a cook. And then I can go on call for running tow trucks just to pay off the overhead. So, yes. But they're both just winter jobs. I did message a couple of people asking about winter work, and they're not interested in temporary employment. They want me to come on full time. They want me to make a career out of it, and I'm not at that point and hope to never be at that point.
God, yeah, you'll make it through. The determination you have is amazing.
Well,
PDX Ducks 503 says, good Lord at Mooseman Inc., thank you for being here and overcoming what you did. That's honestly the most honorable thing. Being honest and sharing. You're here. Much love. Rogue Heron says, I do enjoy your cooking streams when you do.
We'll be doing
Mooseman Inc. says, I am glad I am still around too. But life has been hard. But I keep going forward.
Life is never easy, and it doesn't matter where you're at. I know what it means to have a shit ton of money. When I was a criminal, I had a fuck ton of money. It doesn't make life any easier. You know, having a lot of money doesn't make life easy. You know, and having people, because what happens is you get a whole bunch of people around you who know you have money and expect you to pay for everything. And that sucks. You know?
Jackie says, look, life is tough for anyone. I grind so hard at times that I forget to enjoy life, and it sucks even being as young as I am.
Yeah. Guys, I worked, up until I went full-time streaming, I was working 2 jobs, sometimes 3 jobs. Hell, if you count streaming as a job, back then I was working 2 full-time jobs and a part-time. I was still putting in, 200 hours a month streaming, 300, sometimes 300 hours a month streaming, working a full-time job at 60 hours a week, and then doing a part-time farming job on the weekends. Yeah. And my wife I was just kind of ready to go back to just doing a...
PDX Ducks 503 says, Ron, you bring good people together. We all struggle in life, but it's too easy for people to brag about stuff.
Well, and my thing is it's like, you know what? We got to try. This is
Jackie says, you know me, Ron, first time I've had off in 3 weeks. It's a constant battle. I am just trying so hard to get to my comfy position again.
Yeah. You have been busting your ass. Ain't no lie, but ain't no doubt about that. And that's the thing. You know, people are like, well, streaming's not a lot of work. And you're absolutely wrong about that. You know, it is... Streaming may not be physical work, but it is a serious fuck ton of mental work. This is the funnest but most stressful thing I've ever done in my life. You know, it's different like my courier business. I knew if I did these contracts, I was getting paid. I knew if I put in these extra times and I rerouted and did this way, I was getting paid more. You know, working the farm. I go to the farm, I work, I get paid. I get paid hourly. Streaming is the one thing I love the most, but is probably the most stressful thing I've ever done, just because of the fact that it's not like I put in these hours.
Rogue Heron says it's easy enough for one to say something as easy looking in from the outside. Big Daddy Yells Relic is rating us with 210 viewers.
Hot!
XDOWNSOUTHX.
Come on in!
Relic Army, Relic Army, Relic Army, Relic Army, Relic Army, Relic Army.
Hey, take it easy on the walls, man. Y'all taking the walls off.
Wraith Relic Army, Relic 4, 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 Wraith Relic Army, Relic 4.
Come on in!
Shardy Pants 76 says Relic 4 Army, Relic 4 Army, Relic 4 Army,
Come on
Relic
in.
4 Army.
Come on
Mooseman Inc. says Relic Woot Woot. Mario Terrace says Relic Army, Relic Army, Relic Army, Relic Army,
come
Relic
on in.
Army. Jackie says Relic, you're the man. Rogue Heron says hey Raiders. Big Daddy Yells Cryptid Tales, just follow the channel.
Thank you for the
Hugs
follows,
Needed
everybody.
Daily says Relic 4 Wraith, Relic 4 Wraith, Relic 4K4 Wraith. Big Daddy Yells Zachis at Starbucks, just follow the channel. Zachis at Starbucks says I love the walls. Boops Mom says hi there. XDOWNSOUTHX says lol. Daddy Shark says welcome Raiders. Big Daddy Yells XDOWNSOUTHX, just follow the channel.
Thank you for the follow.
Boops Mom says Relic 4 Army, Relic 4 Army. Relic says Ty at Chad R 1971. PDX
Relic, my brother, what's happening?
Yells of an Army veteran from 99 to 03. Dealt with a ton of shit in my life. Thought things would be better till I found my current girlfriend. Total relief to my life. Probably saved my life. You're doing
Amen to
good
that.
shit, Ron. Shardy Pants 76 asks, oh, we back in the ice hut?
Yeah.
Rogue Heron says, welcome guys and gals. Daddy Shark says, please hit that follow button. Deez Hawk says, Relic 4, got him Relic 4, got him Relic 4, got him Relic 4, got him well. Big Daddy Yells Fortnite 08315, just follow the channel.
Come on in.
Daddy Shark
Come
says,
on in.
YW Relic, you're the best.
Well, listen, I got some room on the couch. Some of y'all have to sit on the benches, sit on the floor.
The one and only
It's
Mahler
heated.
says,
Come on
I've
in.
never been here before. Daddy Shark
Come on
says,
in.
Ron ask Relic what he did while wiring lights in his van.
Relic, what did you
Crushing
do?
2004 says hello. A 3U7SD2E asks, hey, is this the woke party? SWE3TZ 96822 says happy Aloha Friday. Big
Happy
Daddy yells
Aloha Friday.
XC3HRA, just follow the channel.
Thank you for the
Daddy
follow.
Shark yells welcome everyone.
Welcome in, everybody. Relic, brother, thank
Big
you
Daddy yells
for bringing the army in.
2004, just follow
Thank
the
you
channel.
for just kicking the whole side of the damn fish house off. Now I'm going to have to fix it. Son of a pleaser. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Ron Cleveland. This is Ron
Relic
Cleveland,
says
Outdoors
slight
Indoors.
electrical short law.
No. Oh, I hate when that happens.
Big Daddy yells SWE3TZ 96,822. Just follow the channel.
Thank you for the follow.
Luthgar, just follow the channel.
Thank you for the follow.
Daddy Shark says LMAO.
So, you guys are currently in what is known Twitch-wide as the Redneck Ice Castle. Featuring Baby Yoda. Baby Shark is the sacrifice.
Thank you for the follows.
And this is right here. So what this is a 19...
The one and only Mahler says you have 2 wires and can short. That's special there, lol.
So this is a 1968 Forester camper. It was known as the 24. Forester camper 24. It's actually a 26-foot long camper. 7.5 feet wide. I bought it, partially gutted out. I finished gutting it out, and I converted it to a fish house. You know what's really neat? I like big ice holes. So, we made a spot through the floor where you can put a really big ice hole. You know what I like to do with these ice holes? I like to stick my rod in these ice holes. Yeah. I also spend time traveling around in a 1995 E150 van, cruising around, camping, fishing.
Rogue Heron says lol.
I like to cruise around and camp out in a van.
A3U7SD2E says that's what she said.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, hey, you ready for somebody to get triggered? Who wants to get triggered? Somebody wants to get triggered right now. Do I have any safety people in here? Do I have them hard hat, safety glass wearing kind of people? Huh? You know, those of you who walk through anywhere and you got to be wearing all sorts of that kind of stuff. Well, here, I got something for you.
SWE3TZ 96,822 says, oh wow, this is going to be something new for me watching from Hawaii.
Check this out.
Pants 76 says me. Rogue Heron
Hey,
says
here.
ha ha ha.
There is 200 pounds of propane right over here by a 30,000 BTU heater. Are you triggered yet? You should be triggered. You know why? Oh, right above it, this is my fancy wiring. Yeah, it's just extension cords. Are you triggered yet? Oh, wait. Hold on. There's more. See this right here? That's a rubber gas line running right to the propane heater. Now you should really be triggered. Look at that.
Chrysler Civic says Munkus.
Yeah. Get triggered.
Rogue Heron says LMAO.
Get triggered. You will find out I am not a PPE kind of person at all. I will sit and I cut and I weld and I do all sorts of dumb shit when there's stuff dumb to do available.
Sharty Pants 76 says love it. Unobtianium says Wokeville Min. Check water quality.
Water quality?
Rogue Heron says funny bastard.
Well, can you see through here? Oh, no, you can't. Any do dilly.
Moose Man Inc. says you new peeps will love it here.
So what I'm doing is kind of going through, checking things out one more time, because ice fishing has come upon us. I live in this box all winter long. I need about, I'm guessing probably about 8 inches of ice this year with the extra weight I've added. With about 8 inches of ice, once I get 8 inches of ice, I am on the lake. I live there. That is what I do. I literally fish and stay here and watch Ion TV and all the fancy cop shows. Pretty bad for a fucking ex-felon, huh? Let's watch cop shows. What did you do?
Rogue Heron says Ron aka Polar Bear.
I am known as the Minnesota Polar Bear. You will find somewhere in my clips last year Lake Mille Lacs, 40 below zero. I took my shirt off. You got to see all this.
Shardy Pants 76 says definitely follow Ron. He's a really good guy.
You got
Big
to
Daddy
see all of
Daddy
this.
King, just follow the channel.
Thank you for the follow. You got to see all of this love, all this gas tank for love machine hanging out. And I had my hand all bandaged up from carpal tunnel surgery, and I did a forward flip in the snow on Lake Mille Lacs in 40 below zero. I'm that guy. Anything else you want to know? Oh, before, I know some of y'all are probably reading my about me. I am an ex-felon.
Shardy Pants
did 7.5
76
years.
says I remember that law. Rogue Heron says Love Machine LMAO.
I did 7.5 years in maximum security federal penitentiaries all across the country for bank robbery. So we'll get that out of the way right meow. Y'all heard this, y'all heard it. Nobody got hurt. I didn't even go in with a real gun. I used a broken airsoft gun because I knew using a real gun would get me another 20 years. Spent the vast majority of my early on life as a criminal. Now I'm not. I'm fat. I'm married. I love my wife. I would never put myself in a position to be taken away from her. So, any other questions? Yes, I called myself fat. I'm not very sensitive to my own feelings, I guess. And Relic, a lot of you may know the
Relic
story.
asks, how do you like it since you went full-time streaming? Would you not do it if you could go back? Do anything different?
No. I will. We were just talking about that before you kicked the door in. Honestly, Relic, I will be 100% honest with you. It is the most stressful but the most amazing thing I've ever done. Like, I got 5 days left to come up with like $1,500 so I can pay the rest of the bills for this month. And I'm stressed out about it, but I could not think of wanting to do anything else. I am a bona fide tradesman. I can weld, I can turn wrenches, I can do a lot of things. I can farm, I can drive just about anything on wheels and without wheels. But this is what I absolutely love doing. I don't have any regrets.
SWE3TZ 96822 asks, how do you pick a spot to live?
I have a house. I have a home. I have a house. I have a wife. I have a garage. You know, I have... Would you guys like to go into my house? Would you... Maybe my wife might not be so... Maybe my wife would... I don't know what she's doing. But I have a home. I have 2 dogs. I have grown kids. My son is a 24-year-old tow truck driver. My daughter doesn't talk to me because of my past. I don't hide anything. It's not my style. My life has been very public.
Relic says thank you for the insight. It is a very tough decision. So far I have asked a ton of streamers the same question, and so far not one streamer regrets it.
No, I don't regret it. And I'm doing everything to fight to be able to keep doing it. You know,
SWE3TZ 96822 says sure, if you want to take us with you it'd be nice to see. Big Daddy says Cryptid Tales created a clip. URL.
well, thank you for the clip. Did you just want to hang on to a picture of all this? Is that what it is? I mean, if I don't make enough money here in the next couple of days, I'm going to start selling feet pictures on OnlyFans. I'm just saying. Okay? Feet pictures, OnlyFans. There's enough weirdos out there to buy them. I promise. With or without socks. Yeah, now what?
Relic says I might take a leap in about a year. Just scared to death lol. Big Daddy yells hugs needed daily. Just follow the channel.
Thank you for the follow. Relic, I will be honest with you. I jumped into this. I had just got done with I got the jab in September of last year. I got in the jab in September. October 11th, I had a heart attack at work. A few days later, I had another heart attack. Shortly after that, ended up getting dual carpal tunnel surgery. In the meantime, going back and forth to the heart doctors, trying to figure out what the hell happened to me. Only to find out that I'm one of the guys who are having adverse side effects to the COVID-19 Moderna vaccine. The other side effect that I have now is I have lifelong neuropathy.
A 3U7SD2E says jab can cause myocarditis.
I got cleared from my heart, went back to work, but my feet felt like they were on fire all the time, walking on a concrete floor. I welded for Bobcat. I made very good money. I had, damn near $30 an hour I was making, 60 hours a week, and then doing like some of the best health benefits and retirement benefits you've ever seen. Went to the doctor to find out I had neuropathy. The company I work for, the lady in HR made it very apparent that I was not welcome there. Was finding any reason to make sure that I was not going to stay there. So, in the meantime, was going to go get another job, go back to driving. I have a CDL. Was going to go back to driving, and brought up to my wife, I had $200 in my pocket. $200 cash in my pocket is all I had. I said, I'm going full-time. I said, what do you think about going full-time streaming? She had one prerequisite. She said, you have to treat it like you treat your other jobs. Done. I just completed a 63-day subathon. I've never been short.
Rogue Heron says HR can fuck off, excuse my language.
You're right. I've never been short of 300 hours a month streaming. I'm usually well over 300 hours. Matter of fact, the last month I did over 600 hours. You have a much better fan base, or much bigger, not better, but bigger fan base. Pardon my, I'm not a very good articulate kind of feller. You know what I mean? Look at the beard. It says redneck across my throat. So bear with me. I'm reading a script over here, and they didn't write it in good enough color crayon. Come on, staff people, get on this shit. My imagination. But
Relic says haha.
I would tell you honestly, man, the Army, if you went full time, is going to stand behind you 100, and I don't think you have a chance of failing in hell. Things are going to, budget wise, things get weird. Like right now, the budget's gotten really weird for me. But at the same point in time, things happen, man. Family pulls through. So, just
thank you for the kind words.
Brother, don't leave it to chance, man. You're a hell of a streamer. I love watching you since I have met you in 2000. I didn't even know who you were until I met you at TwitchCon in 2019. We were sitting out in front of an Irish pub, man. I'm sitting out on the balcony of this Irish pub, and here comes this big-ass clown.
Running King says these jabs, man. I hear shit like this too often. Sorry to hear, sir.
It is what it is. Ain't no point in crying about it or bitching about it. It's done is done. I gotta live with it. Gotta wear special insoles in my shoes. I love ice fishing, but my wife has had to get me heated gloves and socks so I can be out on the ice. Tend to have the heat up a little more than I normally do. It just is what it is. But Relic, I don't think you have anything to worry about, man. You're one hell of a streamer, and you're very good at it. And when I met you in 2019, I never would have thought I'd be having somebody like you raid me. And not just once, you've raided me numerous times, and I bring my family over there, and I'm like, go meet Relic! And it's like, alright, so... And
a 3U7SD2E says I learned a lot about jab on Jimmy Dore Show.
And I'll be honest with you, you're going to love this ride, man. It's going to be stressful at times. You're going to be looking at your bank account. You're going to be like, what the fuck am I doing? But then you're going to look at all the shit you've got to do while doing it, man. I've hit a 45-pound flathead. I went up to Nebraska, caught a paddlefish. I've camped all up and down the Missouri River in South Dakota. I've been up in northern Minnesota. I've been to Lake of the Woods, hanging out, crossed that off my bucket list. I've converted my
Rogue Heron
$1,600
asks,
van.
what do you stream at Relic?
Relic likes to go explore old buildings, man. He explores some of the coolest old buildings I've ever seen. Whenever I get a chance to pop in, most of the time I'm just lurking, but I love watching the places that he goes. Old apartment buildings. Even, I've watched him go on with gift bags for homeless guys, stuff like that. I mean, he does he's a multi-content IRL streamer. So if you guys are not following Relic, make sure you're following him. Go check him out. 100. Definitely stand up, solid dude.
He'll give a follow.
But yeah, we're talking. Wait a minute. Where the fuck is Willie Vodka?
Mooseman Inc. says, yeah, Relic is awesome.
That son of a tweezer done challenged me to a vodka
Relic
drinking
says
contest.
at Rogue Heron I stream IRL, variety, urban exploration, magnet fishing, and currently building a stealth van to travel and stream in.
Where the hell
Willie
is
is drunk lol.
That son of a bitch done challenged me 2 years ago to a vodka drinking contest and been ducking me ever since. We should change his name to Mother Ducker. That's what we should change his name. No longer Willie Vodka. His name is going to be Mother Ducker.
Rogue Heron says nice to meet you at Relic. Relic says Ty at Chad R 1971.
Yeah, we're going to call him Mother Ducker. What's up, Mother Ducker? I'm going to meet up with him someday. It's going to happen. He and Willie Vodka. Going at it.
Wherever Willie is, he is definitely drunk. Ty, you also at Rogue Heron.
Yeah, and I mean, to anybody who's not following Relic, you guys are missing out for sure. You guys are definitely missing out. So, I mean, one of my favorite things that watching him out on the pontoon. Well, what was the crab's name? Forgot the crab's name. There's a crab loose on the boat. And somebody was always going to fall in. Never failed. Somebody on that pontoon was always going to fall in. But, yeah. One of these days, man, if we catch each other crossing paths some state, we got to go do some fishing. You ain't got to worry about fishing gear. I got plenty of it. We just got to go do some fishing. That would be an honor to be able to go out and throw a line in with you. I'm not real good at the walking around nowadays.
Haha, yes, the pontoon adventures.
But it would definitely be an honor even sitting on the shore to throw a line in with you. What was... Oh... The there was an old... I forgot where you were at, but there was an old abandoned motel that you were exploring at one time, and I was like... I was looking at it, I was like, I swore I had stayed in that when I was driving truck. I'm like, I swore 20 years ago, man, I stayed in that motel. Swore up and down because it looked identical, but...
Daddy Shark says Relic also likes to get lost while he's driving. Lol.
Well, yeah, it's called exploration. We don't get lost, we're exploring. We don't get lost, people. When we're doing the van thing, we don't get lost.
Relic says true at Chad R 1971.
We don't get lost. Remember this, Relic. If you're going to do the van thing, we don't get lost. We're exploring.
Rogue Heron says ha ha ha.
Exploring.
Relic says yes, that hotel was in Atlanta.
I swear I've stayed there. I swear I've stayed there. Oh, that and, yeah, bed bugs. Ooh. And everybody wonders why I'd rather stay in my van, man.
Hugs Needed Daily says Relic also likes to do the chicken dance.
Yes, he does. No, best one. So
Relic says haha at Hugs Needed Daily.
He'd rented a bike, and he left his sound thing on. There are a couple of different instances. Now, I'm kind of a troll when I get into a stream because he's got all them sound alerts, and when I got money for biddies, like before I went full-time, I had like lots of money for biddies, so one of my favorite things to do was go into his stream and troll the shit out of him when he was in public.
Daddy Shark says likes to drink stuff in bottles sitting on ledges.
And he was riding a bike, and I'll never forget this. And he has a screaming sound alert, and it was the woman moaning, screaming thing. And I played that. And that lady about jumped
Relic
there.
says haha.
That lady
Rogue
jumped
Heron says
a
never
mile
had
away.
bed bugs, but I seen Greg Ovens get attacked, just about puked.
And then going through the Renaissance, or something like a Renaissance, and getting attacked by a furry. That I will never get that image out of my head. Like literally getting grinded on by a furry. I don't know, I guess clowns are just into weird shit. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't know...
Relic says those furries are vicious.
You didn't have a chance. Oh... I think that was probably also the stream I've seen you do the chicken dance more times than I could think of. I don't think you made it 200 feet without having to do the chicken dance again. I made him get out of the... he was riding with somebody one time and made him get out the truck and do a chicken dance. That's always a nice thing to do. What's that? I think one of the things was when... the guys that I was sitting with at TwitchCon 2019, they're like, oh, Relic's coming. I'm like, what the fuck is a Relic? I'm like, I'm thinking like this old badass hot rod or something, right? And here comes this big-ass clown. And they're like, yeah, man, he got screwed.
Rogue Heron says I am a nice guy, but if a furry touches me, call 911 for them cause they're sleeping.
I was just like... And then when I found out they wouldn't even let him in, the guy was in his full... got partnered as a clown and was in his full garb, and they wouldn't let him into TwitchCon. Never figured that one out either. So, there's like 10 people in here. Somebody say something, ask a question. Now that I've given my entire spiel of Relic fanboy shit. Relic, thank you for bringing the entire army
Shardy
through.
Pants 76 says at Relic 4 hug.
Can I get another shout out for Relic, please? Make sure y'all, by all means, if you're not following him, make sure you follow him. Definitely a genuine dude. Love hanging out with him and the crew.
Hugs Needed Daily says bye at Relic.
So it's 64 degrees in here and 39 degrees outside with a wind speed of 2 miles an hour, a high wind speed of 5.
Daddy Shark says take care Relic.
Oh, yep, yeah, I do not like these things. That is why it is hanging in a sacrificial position. Because it will be sacrificed. One day on this stream, I'm going to have a baby shark bonfire. I'm currently gathering up all the baby
PR0
shark stuff.
Spect asks what is the $1,550 going towards?
Pay my bills for the stream. This month has been very, very tough revenue-wise. So, we're kind of... My van just blew a brake
Daddy
line.
Shark says, don't lie, you like that cute creature.
Oh, it's going down. It is Baby Shark bonfire.
Rogue Heron says, bullshit, Ron loves the baby shark smiley face.
The $15.50 is going to paying the bills for the stream. I don't hide anything as far as finances. My stream, I consider my people here family, and I mean a lot of them. I mean, the ones that I can or have had the ability to, I've gone to their homes. They've been to my home, break bread, talk shit, throw shit, do whatever. But yeah, it's been a pretty tough month this month. I'm not a guy who throws. I'm not real good at saving a whole bunch of money for the stream. If I got money, if there's any type of money anywhere, I'm throwing it at going out and doing something. Traveling, jump into the van, go camp somewhere, whatever. That's just been a really, really tough month this month. So we're just trying to get ahead of it. Now what you send me? Quiet. It's too quiet. Somebody make some noise or something. Oh, drop down to 63.
Luthgar asks, where do you ice fish?
I'm in central Minnesota. I've got 110 fishing lakes in a 20-mile radius of right where I'm sitting. So right now, there's anywhere from 3 to 6 inches of ice on the lakes. I'm guessing I'm going to need about 8 inches. I got to go weigh this fish house out because we've added the 200-pound cylinders. I added a shelving
Rogue
system.
Heron says, tell us that one time you wrestled that Bigfoot.
Oh no, I promise you, if I find a fucking Sam Squanch, when I get his ass, I'm going to be rich.
Shardy Pants 76 says, do you have long to wait for the lakes to freeze?
Well, right now it's been pretty warm out during the days, so it's kind of slowed the ice making process down. Me and my buddy Fatty, tomorrow I think he's going to swing over. We're going to grab the scout bit. We're going to go check out some lakes south of here. Actually get a measurement on them. I'm guessing I'm going to need about 8 inches of ice to get this out on there. So I have to go pee. Matter of fact, while I pee, y'all watch some of the clips of some.
Enjoy it now, because I'm stuck in a car all day tomorrow.
Oh, you can wad up.
Oh my god. Alright. I didn't do anything. I just literally opened it. You literally just opened it, yeah. Are you good?
You alright? Mr. Wall E. Gator comes to visit.
Rotax 670 says nice.
This says turn on the stream.
Whack-a-bump says fishy.
Syrup. Better than that imitation crap they sell in stores.
That is a tank. That's what we've been looking for.
Hey, Tigress 2 says nice.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I hope y'all enjoyed a couple of the clips anyways. I don't think I was gone that long. But shit, it's 10:30 already.
Sharty Pants 76 says Icehole makes a nice toilet when is not being used for fishing.
Actually, if you get
Rogue
caught,
Heron asks that's roughly 3,000 pounds, Ron?
I don't know. No, because last year it was just over 2. I don't think I've added 900 pounds to it. And that was with all my gear. And I don't know. We'll find out. I'm gonna get all the gear in here. I'm gonna weigh it out. That way I know for sure. First thing is first. I gotta wait for the van to get done, or the expedition, whatever one gets done first. Dying.
Right. Sue maybe 2,300 tops.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'll run her over the scale. I've added, it might be 3,000 pounds. Let me see here.
Yeah, hard to say, eh?
It definitely is. Dang, man.
Yes, you fuckers in chat, I am Canadian. A smiley face.
Wonder if my commands are gonna work. Nope. There we go. We just gotta leave that out now. We're gonna go raid Loyal Moses. This guy is probably one of the foremost experts on Twitch about 3D printing. If you like to geek out on things like Star Wars helmets and things like that, this is your guy. Like, he is legit. Anything you might have questions about, you're gonna be in a community to learn anything and everything about 3D printing. The guy is absolutely amazing. Very good streamer.
Big Daddy yells at 3U7SD2E.
So,
just follow the channel.
Thank you for the follow.
Rogue Heron says good night, Ron and chat.
3 minutes left in a level 14 hype train, and then let's wrap up this hype train. And then, holy, Ron Cleveland outdoors. What a time to.
Boss Lady says 0. Chad R1971 says 0.
Made this mistake. By the way, fuck you, cancer.
D Money Twitch in says much love.